What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Chunky's back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday, December 31st, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Got the boys behind the glass. Valdez is back. Ben and Mike Marr. Valdez is
limited capacity today.
Yeah, he's not looking great.
Thank you.
It's funny. We never look great in the morning, but you definitely look a little different. You came to work yesterday for a brief moment. You had been throwing up all night. Did it continue throughout the day?
No, I didn't put anything in my stomach yesterday, so that helped.
Not even like chicken broth?
No, I just
zero. It's a good way to lose weight.
I need it.
Lose a couple lbs.
Did you sleep okay when you went home?
I took like 2 2-hour naps, and then I NyQuil'd at 7 last night. Still not 100%. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. I'm shuffling around like Eric does. It really hurts to move.
That's gonna ruin your New Year's Eve.
I know, especially because I love New Year's Eve.
Did you have plans?
I had plans on New Year's Day. New Year's Eve, we don't really do anything. Me and my friends, we were kind of just sit at home, watch bowl games or watch the ball drop, and that's about it. But on New Year's Day, we always get together and do like a brunch on New Year's Day.
You used to be, though, big into the TV versions of New Year's Eve.
Oh, I still am.
You're an Andy guy?
Oh, I love. It's not just Anderson and Andy.
Andy's changed his partner, so I don't know. So it's Anderson and Andy now.
I don't know who it is. It's usually Anderson and Andy. I get psyched to watch them. I get psyched to watch New Year's in Nashville on CBS. I watch The Rock in New Year's Eve with Seacrest. I flip all around. I like, for whatever reason, it's my Super Bowl is flipping around and watching the New Year's Eve. I'm amazed at some of the content the crap content that they put out for 5 hours.
But you kind of understand the game.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm watching it, trying to figure out what filler is next.
Oh,
so I get a kick out of that.
Well, I'm glad that the Miami Ohio State game is on, so I don't have to watch that.
Oh no! There's multiple TV. Like, I'll bring out that TV to have it on, but I won't have sound. I'll have sound on the New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Although the Miami game will be over by the time all that stuff really kicks in, because that usually starts around 10 o'clock. Those New Year's Eve shows.
I'm not even sure.
Last
year I remember, we had a big party, and I remember turning it on like 10 minutes before.
Yeah, it goes
because we just didn't have the TV on. We had music, we had live music.
Yeah, I mean, they start pretty late, and then they obviously go till after midnight.
They'll start at like at 8 or 9, but they really ramp up like at 10. They'll have all the shtick. I went last year. My buddy RP threw a rockin' New Year's Eve party, and it was guys and girls, and he had on the college playoff game. I think it was Georgia. Might have been Georgia. But anyways, he had a bunch of chairs sitting around, a crock pot of chili, and then when like the girls came over, they all came over in like their sequenced dresses, and they're all dressed for New Year's with 10 smelly dudes watching football, and they're like, "Is this the party?" And then RP's like, "Yep, here's the party.
This is the rockin' part."
Right. What a disappointment.
I don't even know what we're doing tonight. I'm just going to be along for the ride with whatever the wife has planned. I think we might just go out to a nice dinner, the family, which is now the 4 of us.
Yeah.
Because Kelsey's back in L.A.
Do you need reservations pretty much everywhere on New Year's Eve?
Probably. We might end up going to Panera or something like that. Who the hell knows? I really don't know. I know ice skating is supposed to be part of the plan, and I think that's mostly mother-daughter. And that might even be tomorrow with a friend. I'm not even sure.
I mean,
it's the least prepared I've ever been for New Year's Eve.
I would think that the all the bars and the restaurants down in Arlington and D.C. are just going to be cranking.
Yeah,
right.
One would think.
I mean, who knows what Mike Marr is going to be doing?
So
I
the last
remember
couple,
he said
He's hosting a party, then he's going to go out somewhere, aren't you?
no, I think we're just gonna stay at my house. A couple years ago we went out, but last year we just hosted a party at my house and a lot of fun. So we're just running it back again.
All right.
I'm telling you, house parties on New Year's Eve are a thing.
Yeah, they're getting bigger.
Not necessarily like going out, but I'm telling you, a lot of people do the day after like brunch
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people don't want to stay up till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock
Yeah.
at a party and then have to drive home.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone kind of wants to do their own thing at their house.
And then also, when you go out to these places, it costs a lot of money. I mean, these bars and restaurants charge a
Well, some places do. Like I know, like some places will charge $100
Yeah.
for like a 1 hour or 2 hour open bar that ends at 12:01.
right.
Hey, we used to host New Year's Eve's parties. You actually bailed before we did the countdown one time. That was
Yeah.
probably 20 years ago.
When was that, and where was that?
I feel like it was towards Baltimore during our HFS days.
Oh, really?
And you had the run-in with the singer who you weren't sure who he was, and you said,
Oh, that's
hey,
right. Oh, yeah. It was the rapper.
Yes.
God, who was that?
I want to say I'll be sure, but it wasn't.
No, it
I'll Be
wasn't.
Sure.
No.
It was,
It was an
Young
80s
MC.
Young MC, right?
Yeah, you went up to Young MC
And
and
he
said,
sat- yeah.
"Hey, where's Young MC?"
He was sitting right there. He goes, "I'm Young MC," but he looked totally different because he had
Old
gained
MC.
weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't young, but he had gained weight. That's why I just didn't recognize him.
But you weren't there to bust a move at midnight.
Yeah, you know what? That
'cause
was
you
in
got so
Baltimore.
tired
I was so tired.
that you just rolled.
Yeah, I went back up to the hotel. I went to sleep before midnight.
So
A lot
I
of
think
people-
That was in Baltimore at a hotel somewhere.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't stay up for New Year's.
but that was one of those deals. I did this in
I haven't stayed up in
There
a
was,
long time.
one year where Jess and I were in Puerto Rico for Christmas and New Year's.
Hmm.
And kind of last minute, there was a hotel that had, typical party. It was like $150 for the ticket. They got live music, all you can drink, all that sort of thing. And that's the night when I realized that I cannot have a lot of champagne / sushi.
Okay.
I can't narrow it down, but I know this, that we went to a sushi place beforehand. So I have a bunch of sushi and drinking. Then we go to the party, and there's music, and it's festive, and it's fun. And I start downing some champagne, and then I started sweating like profusely.
Oh yeah, you weren't
And
feeling good.
My wife said, "Are you having a heart attack?" I said, "I don't think so." And we had to leave at like 12:30.
You just weren't
So
feeling
we stayed till midnight.
right.
But it was something, and I don't have many health issues, but one thing that I do have is acid reflux.
Mhm.
Now, I don't take any medicine for it as long as my diet is okay. And something happened that night which just it was
yeah.
crazy.
Do you remember how you slept? If you slept?
Yeah, I think eventually I
You were
was fine,
Yeah.
but I just had to get out of that party.
Yeah. Well, I'll be probably home by 10 tonight. We're going to a party at 8.
That's kind of lame.
What? Being home by 10?
Yes.
I won't be able to
You won't
stay.
even stay up till midnight.
No, I won't be able to.
You'll stay up to
I'll-
the
I'll-
end of the
I'll
game,
stay up to the
depending
end
on
of the
how
game.
the game goes.
Yeah, and that should end around 10:30, 11.
Which should be a low-scoring game.
We'll see.
Really good defenses.
Great defenses, but we'll see. And yeah, I mean, because I thought the Miami Texas A&M game would be a higher scoring game. It wasn't. But yeah, I mean, unless I'm having a really good time at the party, which I doubt. My buddy has this theater in his room off to the side of his living room and kitchen. I mean, it's a beast theater. I mean, it's a huge screen, and he's got theater seats.
So is that where
So
the football game will
that's
be
where
on?
the game will be. So, yeah.
Okay.
And the kitchen's right out there, so you can mingle and get your drinks and get food, and then head on into the sports theater. That's what I'll be doing.
I think it's nubs if you go to a New Year's party
Uh-huh.
and you leave before the ball drops.
Yeah. Well,
Like when JP was hosting everybody last year,
Yep.
and then you said like people were leaving by 10 o'clock,
More
11
like
o'clock.
2 years ago. Last year, more people stuck around. But
Like, that's-
2 years ago,
That's nubs. You got to be in it for the
for the long haul.
the long haul.
Yeah.
The whole point is being around your friends when the new year comes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but what you realize
I'm
as you
nubs
get
then.
older is there are a lot of people like Fish. There's people that have kids that don't want to deal with it. And then there's, your scaredy cats that don't want to
Yeah.
be on the road after midnight.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many people are going to stay past midnight because I haven't been there in a long time at that time. But I'm guessing, the younger crowd stays. He's got 2 younger kids and their friends. They'll all stay.
Now, you are notorious for following your girls' locations. Will you be doing that tonight?
My youngest will probably be with us. I don't know exactly what she's doing yet. She's going to be local in Ashburn, either with her friends or with us. My older daughter, they're having a house party in Arlington. They're not going out. They're doing what Mike Marr's doing.
Nice. Yeah, I don't even know what Dylan's doing. I think
So
he'll be with us. But...
No, I won't be tracking her. I think she'll be right there at her house, and I don't think she's going out, so it'll be fine.
It's a big night. Night.
It's a big night. Last show of 2025.
It is. You know what? Later in the show, I told you I want to do some calls like, what was your top sports memory here in the DMV for 2025? Now,
right.
The state of affairs in Washington right now when you come to sports is pretty bad.
Yeah. But there were some big moments last year.
Dreadful season for the Washington Commanders this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the playoff run was the end of last year, so you can get into that.
But it was still this year. It was 2025.
The Wizards, bad across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Nationals, bad across the board. Capitals, okay. They made it to the second round of the playoffs. You had OV setting the record.
Yeah.
So that was big. So
well, we can do best sports stories locally and, of course, best sports stories nationally if we want to.
We can do that. So we'll do that a little bit later in the show. Also, Kadri Ismail is going to join us. We will get into the Ravens' huge game.
Oh, it's massive.
Against the Steelers. Of course, you've got 2 huge games over the weekend which decide the fate of the playoffs, whether they're in or out.
Mm-hmm.
In the NFC South, which has been horrible, Carolina plays Tampa. In Tampa, winners in the playoffs wins the division, will be the 4 seed in the NFC.
Losers
and then
out.
In the AFC North, you've got the battle between the Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But then also the second game of the doubleheader on Saturday, you've got Seattle playing at San Francisco. And that's a huge game because that decides the 1 seed, home field throughout, getting a bye. The loser will be a wild card and have to play on the road, certainly in the first couple rounds. And then isn't it kind of crazy if the 49ers lose, or whoever loses, Seattle or the 49ers? Let's just say Seattle loses. They'll be 13-4.
And be the 5.
And they'll have to go on the road
Yep.
and play the possibly an 8-9 team.
It's a weird rule.
I think it's got to change.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in throughout the show. That's the same number for our Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up next, we'll open up the Junkies sports page. The Diggs brothers in the news. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Before we jump into the sports page, I wanted to mention, for years, you have hyped up Taylor Sheridan in shows. I told you my wife and I started watching Landman.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, binged the whole show. We're caught up. It's only been 2 seasons, right?
Yeah, so
We're in the midst of second season.
17, I believe, episodes, something like that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we watched all the shows.
Yeah.
But now I've got Paramount Plus, and Paramount Plus is going to be the home of UFC. So there was kind of a reason to get it too, because my son loves watching the UFC pay-per-views,
Mm-hmm.
and we get, it's kind of a thing that we do together. We'll watch the UFC, the big shows.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Paramount Plus. So last night, I'm sorry, I'm just not into the Nubs Bowls.
Yeah.
I know USC played, was it TCU?
Mm-hmm.
And it came down to a touchdown at the end. I'm aware of it. I just don't care. I didn't tune it in.
I'm with you. I'm a huge college football fan. I have watched maybe 5% of the bowls.
Yeah.
I just can't get it now.
And then I think there's like a Cheez-Its Bowl today. I just don't care. I don't get into it. I care about the playoffs.
I mean, the only reason you would watch it is if you're, unless you're a huge, huge college football fan and you're just watching all the games. But if you are betting on it, or if your kid goes there, or if you went to that school, but I just can't get into it. I watch a little bit here and there. I mean, it's on in the background, but I don't pay attention.
So I didn't care about the bowls. Caps weren't playing. Wizards aren't playing. There was really nothing on.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, well, what else is on Paramount Plus? I fired up Tulsa King last night.
See, I've never watched Tulsa King.
Oh, I thought that was one that you watched, because I
No.
just knew it was another Taylor Sheridan show.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should have checked out Yellowstone or something.
Yeah, he's done Yellowstone. He did 1883. He did, obviously, he did Lioness. You've never seen Lioness. Lioness is really good.
And those are all Paramount Plus shows?
Lioness, I believe, is Paramount Plus.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I found Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone. It's a little bit different. Like,
Yeah.
my wife was watching. She's like, this doesn't seem like Landman. I was like, well, it's the same writer,
Right.
but it's, different.
Yeah.
His
shows are a little
funny
different.
in its own way. Like, what I think, and I just didn't have the file on Taylor Sheridan, who's the main writer and producer, and I don't know if he directs the shows too.
Mm-hmm.
He's sneaky funny. Like, the dialogue, especially in Landman's funny.
Yeah.
And I think there's funny elements to Tulsa King so far.
Yeah. I never got into Tulsa King, but all of his other shows are just fantastic.
Yeah.
And his movies. Did you ever see Wind River with Jeremy Renner?
No.
Oh, that's so good.
Now, does he do Mayor of Kingstown?
He does Mayor of Kingstown, which is fantastic. And then he did Sicario.
Sicario.
Great film. I mean, he's just got some really good shows on his resume. And
I'm late for the party, but I started checking it out last night. You know what? When in doubt, I'm going to fire up an old show and just check it out. Because I don't know that there's a current show on TV that I watch.
On just network TV?
Network or streaming, really.
Yeah, I don't watch any.
I guess
TV.
Landman, but that's once a week.
Yeah. Matt, do you watch any network television?
I'm a big Survivor guy.
Yeah,
so when
right.
that comes back,
Yeah,
it'll
you
be
like
50.
Survivor.
I definitely watch that.
But everything else you watch is on Paramount or Apple.
I watch Landman. Season kind of stinks. Nothing happens. Literally nothing happens.
I would agree. The last 2 episodes have been really slow.
Well, it's probably just setting up for the final episode. Something will happen.
Yeah,
with
but
Andy
something's
Garcia.
got to happen.
Something's got to happen. I mean,
it's going to be with Andy Garcia.
I'm wasting an hour of my time here.
Yeah.
It takes an hour of my time to figure out you got no gas in your damn well.
Yeah, right. I've been fast forwarding through the whole Cooper. Cooper is Billy Bob Thornton's son in the show.
He's not a looker, by the way.
He's not a looker, and he is his girlfriend is this Latin girl, really pretty girl, whose husband died and was killed.
Elvio.
Is that his name?
I think
Elvio.
so.
Anyway, so they're together, but it's just boring. Like when they talk to each other, and he's trying to convince her parents that he really loves her, and they don't really want her to marry an American, and it's just
this season.
I don't love
nubs. The season's nubs.
Yeah, it's not great. I think it started out good.
It was all right,
but last year was really good.
Yeah, the first season was good. I was all hooked.
But I would agree.
The last 2-3 episodes, I'm just like, oh my god,
something big.
Somebody kill somebody.
Yeah, someone die. But something
still makes
big
me laugh. Just the phrasing.
Something big has to happen. I think, don't you?
Yeah, I think that it's setting itself
Maybe
up
it is
for,
setting something up
like,
in the last 3
all
episodes.
of a sudden, Andy Garcia's befriending them and
Right.
gaining their trust, and then
Right, he's
then
going to
obviously,
screw them.
Then the cartel stuff's going to come in.
Yeah. But I would say Lioness is kind of a special ops military show, but the acting is fantastic. It's really good. I think you would like that. And you've missed two seasons.
Okay, 2 seasons I can deal with. Like
Yeah.
if I have a week of vacation,
Yeah.
and I don't go anywhere,
Yeah, you can crank it out.
check out a couple episodes a night.
You can crank
and
it
boom,
out.
I mean, that's what I did with Landman.
Yeah.
I mean, I was actually disappointed when we caught up because I thought there had been 3 seasons.
Mm-mm.
I thought they had already done 3 seasons. I was like, oh, it's going to take a while to catch up. And then next thing I know, I'm on Apple, and I was like, what's going on? It didn't go to next episode.
Yeah.
And then it said next episode on Sunday. I was like, what?
Yeah, you got to wait every Sunday it comes
Couldn't
out.
believe it.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page, which is brought to you by our friends at Open Road.
Love those people over there at the Open Road Distillery, Reston Town Center, Reston, Virginia. Head on over there. They got great gin and vodka and bourbon and whiskey, maple old fashioned. And make sure you tell them the junk sent you in. So I guess the biggest story kind of off the field yesterday in the NFL was Stephon Diggs, Patriots wide receiver. And this was kind of shocking when it came out, but he's facing a felony charge of strangulation and a misdemeanor charge of assault from an alleged incident that happened on December 2nd. Now, there's a motion hearing that took place yesterday at a local Dedham, Massachusetts District Court, and Diggs' arraignment is scheduled for January 23rd. According to the police report, a woman went to police on December 16th, all right, so 2 weeks after the alleged incident, shared that she was working as a private chef on December 2nd, and when Diggs entered her unlocked bedroom and allegedly smacked her across the face.
So she's a live-in chef.
Either that or she was there for some private party.
I saw a
don't know.
picture of her. She's definitely a thought.
Oh, yeah?
She looked pretty hot.
I didn't see it. But Diggs entered, this is alleged, of course. He entered the unlocked room, smacked her across the face. They had discussed money owed to her. According to police, she attempted to push Diggs away. He allegedly tried to choke her with his elbow around her neck, and then he later threw her onto the bed and said lies when she had not been paid. After the assault, she left her position and the residence to stay with a friend. When the woman returned December 9th to retrieve her property, I guess she was living there, he told the woman that she had to sign a non-disclosure agreement before she would be paid. She did not sign it, per the report.
Here's what I think. I don't know if this
And she did, originally said she
allegation
did
is
not
true or
want to.
not. Kids,
Mhm.
bunch of moms. He's got this reputation.
Right.
He's a handful.
He is a handful.
He's a handful.
Yeah.
And he's a good player, but there's a reason he's kind of bounced around from team to team now. My guess would be he's not going to be on the Patriots next year.
Well, let's see what happens here.
They're hoping that they get to ride him out.
Yeah.
You know, he's claimed
You're probably right.
He's claimed his innocence.
Yeah.
In regards to this, he's saying it's all bogus, and maybe it is all bogus.
Mhm.
But he's a handful. There's just a lot going on with him all the time.
He's been a handful. He was a handful in Buffalo. He's a handful now. But on the field, he's still very productive,
Mhm.
and Drake May needs him. So the Patriots say, yeah, we've heard about it. We're
They want to
gathering.
ride him out.
They're
This
gathering the
year.
information. Who knows if he'll play this weekend? Who knows if he'll play in the playoffs? We'll have to wait and see. The NFL hasn't really made a statement yet on that.
I don't know. I saw a picture of the chef too, and it's strange to me that she's a live-in chef. Like, this is just complete speculation.
Mhm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess that there was a previous relationship, if not a current relationship, sexually with her.
I wouldn't be surprised either way. I just
And did you see the text message exchange?
no, I did not.
Oh, let me see if I can punch it up.
Yeah, punch that
the
up.
back and forth from Diggs and the chef
yeah.
in text.
Did it say how old the chef was?
She looked
Yes.
like she was probably,
Early 30s or?
yeah, I
Yeah.
would say it's hard to tell now. We're
Yeah.
55,
Mm-hmm.
25 to 35.
Yeah, because how old is Stephon? Is he about 30? I think he's about that. His brother's Trayvon is 27, so yeah, he's 32, so he's 5 years older than his brother. Speaking of his brother, he was outright released by the Dallas Cowboys, which is, he's had some issues kind of off the field with them. He was, a two-time Pro Bowl corner.
He signed a massive contract a couple of years ago.
Signed a 5-year deal, almost $100 million. He's got no guaranteed money left after this year. I'm sure he'll clear waivers, but they just decided to go different directions. And he, of course, any team that claims him off of waivers will be on the hook for about $475,000 that he's due in base salary for Week 18. So we'll see what happens to Trayvon to see if a team actually picks him up for the postseason. But
he got
both
whored by the team in this respect. So the Cowboys played the Commanders here in Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, Diggs asked the team, "Could I stay in this area for the next couple of days instead of flying back with the team immediately?" And typically, teams will let players who are back kind of in their hometown do that on days off, right? They said no, and then they released him a couple days later. They just bunged him.
Yeah, they did.
So here's your back and forth, allegedly,
This is Stephon.
from the chef and Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
So I believe this is the chef speaking via text. She goes, "You will paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my effing time being here because you got a effing circus going on. I am out of your life!" Exclamation point. And this is from Stephon Diggs. "I won't be paying you S. F. I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, B? Who TF got to give you money for your business? I don't got to do a MF thing, and you can go get whatever you want. You got my address. Tell them come take the money. Then F you, TALM bout." I don't even know.
I don't know what that is.
It's pretty vicious texting back and forth.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. It'll be interesting to see if the NFL comes down with a punishment.
And again, look, I'll say this: I could give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's extorting him in some way.
Yeah, of course.
But it just seems like there's always a lot of stuff with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
this is a picture
3
of
or
the
4
chef.
years.
Now, she's very curvy.
Yeah, let me see.
But this, and I don't think this is the chef's hat picture, but this is supposedly the chef. All right, I can see Stephon Diggs.
Looks like Cardi B a little bit.
A little bit.
Is that Cardi B?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that's the chef.
Well, we'll see what happens here in the next few days on Stephon Diggs. All right, so Week 18, here's some playoff clinching scenarios. Let's start in the AFC. Denver, of course, they play the Chargers on Sunday at 4:25. And if they win, they are the number 1 seed, home field throughout. They get the bye, so that's huge. Or if New England loses to Miami.
Do you feel like they're the strongest team in the AFC? I know they have the best record for some reason.
I don't know.
They just don't overwhelm me.
I think that I could put them all in. I don't think Pittsburgh's strong.
No.
All right. I think Houston, the way they're playing defense, is pretty strong. I think Jacksonville, the way that they're scoring, pretty strong. New England has been strong the last 3 months. But I'd kind of put them all in a hat, man. I don't know.
That's why I think the Bills can come out with Josh Allen.
No, I don't like the Bills because
their overall team's not good. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But Josh Allen's the best quarterback in the bunch. You're not a Josh Allen mark.
No, I am. I like Josh Allen. I question their offensive line because he's always under pressure. He's taking a bunch of sacks. He's banged up. They're strong when they play at home. All right, they got a really big home field advantage. They're not going to be playing at home. I just don't. I'm not a big believer in Buffalo this year. I kind of like the top 2 or 3 teams, maybe 4. But I don't. I'm just not in on Buffalo unless they were playing a couple games at home. Houston's defense is unbelievable. So I think they're legit.
Yeah, but C.J. Stroud, I guess he's okay. He feels like he's okay.
As long as he's not making mistakes.
Nick doesn't blow me away. Obviously, May's had a great year.
Yeah.
Probably going to win the MVP because of Stafford throwing 3 picks.
Yes.
On Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like it's wide open there for Josh Allen. Like he's been stopped by Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes out of the picture.
Yeah.
I feel like this is Josh Allen's chance.
I don't know if it's wide open. I disagree with that. if they were playing at home and Kansas City's obviously out, I'd say, okay, it's probably wide open. But they have to go on the road. They're not the same team. All right, so in Denver, it's huge to have a week off and just rest your guys and then play at home. It's just a huge advantage. Not that they have an overwhelming home field advantage, but when you have a week off and then you're hosting these other teams, I think that's big. So Denver, they can clinch, and they probably will. Chargers aren't going to play anybody. Not going to play their starters. Talked about Houston. Houston can clinch the AFC South if they beat Indianapolis and Jacksonville loses to Tennessee, but Jacksonville's not going to lose to Tennessee. So Jacksonville's going to win the AFC South. Patriots can get the number 1 overall seed if they win and Denver loses. But as we mentioned, Denver's playing the Chargers at home. Chargers aren't going to play many of their starters. And then you got the huge AFC North division championship game between the Steelers and the Ravens. All right, what's your gut on Lamar playing, Matt? What are you hearing?
I mean, that's like trying to predict the weather. That's
well, what do you think? What's your vibe telling you? I guess we'll find out today. If
today's a very big day because I think John said earlier in the week that Wednesday they should get a clear idea about how he's progressing, but I got no idea if he's going to play or not. If you made me select right now at 6:37,
you're going to say no.
I would say no.
Yeah,
but I don't know what John's going to say today. I don't know if Lamar's feeling better.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like it's a pretty significant injury, and he's going to be out.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, we'll find out later today, I guess. NFC clinching scenarios. NFC South, Panthers, Tampa at Tampa, Saturday 4:30. That's on ESPN. And, of course, the winner clinches the division and they get in. 49ers, Seattle at San Francisco, Saturday night, 8 p.m. And the winner of that game is the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. And they get the bye and they get home field advantage. The loser will be a wild card. So there's some big clinching massive games this weekend.
And then you got the college
Saturday.
football games.
And you got starting tonight.
Yep.
You got Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl, and what am I forgetting? Cotton, Rose, Orange. And
I know the teams who are playing. I don't know that I've aligned the bowls with them.
Yeah.
They should just call it the final, or they should call it the Elite Eight. Just go by like the college basketball terms.
Well, I'm sorry, Sugar Bowl.
Eight.
Sugar Bowl. So you got Oregon, Texas Tech playing in Miami. You've got Bama, Indiana playing out at the Rose. And we talked to Chris Doran yesterday. He's going to be out at the game. Ole Miss, Georgia, that's going to be must-watch. That's the Sugar Bowl.
Rematch.
And that's New Year's night, 8 o'clock. And, of course, you got Miami, Ohio State tonight, Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I would drop the bowls and just call it Elite Eight and Final Four like they do in college basketball.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can drop the bowls, and it kind of is the Elite Eight, but you can call it what you want, but they're huge matchups.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Keep it here. You know, for years we go back and forth which state is better, Maryland or Virginia. Jason's a defector. Used to be a Maryland guy, defected to Virginia years and years ago.
I did.
He's a Virginia guy. I live in Maryland in Montgomery County. So does Cakes. So does EB. Ben's a Maryland guy. Mike Marr's a Virginia guy. Valdez has become a Virginia guy. Was a Maryland guy, also a defector. Here's another reason why Virginia sucks. Now, this is just Fairfax County.
Yep.
But starting on January 1st, 2026, I'm looking at the calendar. I believe that's tomorrow. The county's going to begin levying a 4% tax on the purchase of all prepared food and beverages sold as a meal. So if you go to McDonald's and get a meal, they're going to add 4% on top of what you're already paying.
So any restaurant. What about grocery stores? If you go to a deli and you buy a sandwich.
If it's classified as a meal.
Or, you go to the Harris Teeter and you buy a sushi meal from their sushi deli.
They say you can expect to pay the tax at restaurants, bars, bakeries, mobile food services, coffee shops, and delis.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's Fairfax County from Matt Myers.
Can't wait. Just even more S you got to pay for it.
Yep. Don't think they have that in Loudon.
Now, they get you one way or the other. This is what we say. Like, some places have less property taxes, but they'll find another way to get your money, right? Like in Virginia, don't you pay a property tax on your cars?
Personal property tax, yes.
I don't think you do that in Maryland.
No, but
in Maryland, they probably juice up the DMV fees or something. They're going to get your money one way or the other.
I mean, Maryland.
That's the way I look at it.
I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing Maryland has taxes that Virginia doesn't.
So what they said in Fairfax County is, hey, we got a great county. We got to pay for roads. We got great roads. That's what they're claiming. And school systems and all that sort of thing. Well, you got to pay for that in every county.
Yeah. Apparently, they're trying to raise about $70 million for the fiscal year of 2026 by this 4% tax. So an average meal of $35, they're going to add about $1.40 to it.
It doesn't seem like a lot, except the prices of everything have gone up.
Of course. Yeah, what are you going to do?
I went to lunch yesterday.
You can move out.
I went to lunch yesterday to a sub shop. I don't need to say the name of the sub shop.
Right.
With Isabella. So it's just me and Isabella. She had a camp at 1 o'clock during this week when she doesn't have school. My wife's been bringing her to work where they have some daycare, but she can only be there for 2.5 hours.
Right.
So I got to pick her up. We go to lunch. She gets a kid's meal meatball sub, which comes with either chips or a Rice Krispie treat and a drink. I get a cheesesteak, and I got fries,
right,
and a drink. I think it was $26. It's a lot of money.
That is big. Yeah, it's a big number. 2
little lunches?
Yeah. And I'm guessing the subs are pretty small. Were they pretty small?
Mine's substantial.
Yeah.
Mine was substantial. Her kid's meal one was small.
Oh, everything's going up. Of course, everything. Oh, Matt, I'm reading the article. Did you read this?
Yeah.
There are exceptions.
I saw.
The tax does not apply in the towns of Clifton, Herndon, or Vienna. Are you in Reston or in Herndon?
Technically, it's Herndon.
There you go. Or the cities of Fairfax or Falls Church.
Yeah, but that's the city, so it's not like as like there's some places that are near me that wouldn't technically count as
Herndon,
like Herndon proper.
Okay, all right.
But like Jimmy's Tavern or something probably counts as
that's
Herndon
downtown
Herndon.
Herndon.
Yeah, that's downtown Herndon.
Yeah.
Bunch of carve outs in Montgomery County where I live. I think the big deal is, and I haven't paid enough attention to it. I don't pay attention to local government, but I'm slightly aware of it. I believe they're completely nixing plastic bags.
Oh, really?
Like for the last several years, you've had to pay a 5-cent tax
per bag. Yeah.
Per bag.
Yeah.
So if you get your groceries, some people bring their own bag. I've never been a bring my own bag guy. I like having plastic bags because I use that for
take a lunch, take lunch or something.
No,
or
but like
put it in the waste basket of the bathroom.
They're perfect for bathroom trash cans.
I get those too.
Right. But now they're not even going to offer them. So you have to bring a bag with you. And I think they're going to eliminate the paper bags too.
Well, the paper bags are awful. If you have more than like 4 items in them,
Yeah,
they just rip.
Yeah, the handles rip.
You might as well just carry the stuff instead of have the paper bag.
You know what I miss about Maryland is the yearly safety inspections that you have to do in Virginia. Every year you got to get it redone.
Yep.
It's just
It's a pain in the butt.
any place you go to, they always got to find something wrong that you got to get fixed.
Of
Well,
course.
the ridiculous thing is to do it every year if you have a new car. If you have a
trust me,
relatively new car, you're not going to have a problem.
Trust me, I have a hoopty, and that thing should probably get safety inspected every month.
But I think we have to do it every couple of years. You're talking about the emissions test?
No, this is
it's an
complete. This is
overall-
completely different.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
I know. I would agree with that. Usually, if you take it to the dealership, though, they're pretty good about it. If you just take it to just a regular
like a.
garage, they're going to find something that's wrong. But if you take it to the dealership, they're pretty good about it.
Yeah, I have a. I just.
But if you have an old car, you're not taking it to the dealership.
I just passed my safety inspection, but I needed to get an oil change as well, and they found a big old oil leak in my car.
Mm.
It's going to cost $6,700 to fix.
6,700.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got to take the engine out.
Yeah,
of the car and
because
put
they
it all
said
together.
it's about 3 days. It's about 3 days worth of labor because they got to take the transmission out.
Yeah.
What a nightmare.
Well, my car's not even worth $500. I'm on websites just looking all over.
Yeah.
That's
Is that
terrible.
what you're doing? Are you leaning towards getting a new car?
Yes, I'm gonna have to get a new one because there's no chance I'm putting $6,700 into a car that has 240,000 miles.
No, you're not doing that. We're not going to let you do that.
What's your average?
And we have enough
what's your-
connections at the dealerships. We can get you a good deal on a used car, pre-owned car.
What's your average miles per year, Valdez? Because when Kelsey was home, she just got a new car in LA, but she doesn't drive it much. Now she says because of traffic there, she's in her car sometimes for a while, but it's not a much of miles, right? And she was just amazed that she's like, "How old is your car?" And I was like, 2 years.
Mhm.
I don't even think it is 2 years. I already have 50,000 miles, so we're doing 25,000 miles per year
Right.
on that car.
That's a good question. I don't really drive it that much. I would estimate probably 50 to 60 miles a day,
Yeah.
and
Because
the majority of that is work.
Yeah. From where you live into D.C. and back, round trip is probably about 50 miles, 55 miles.
I'm 22 miles away.
Yeah.
And so add for maybe going to the grocery store, maybe to Hidden Creek, maybe driving around doing errands on the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, about 50 to 60 miles a day.
Yeah.
I'm way more than that. I don't know why. It's just constant
I'm-
driving. I guess I'm
Yeah, I've never
chauffeuring
tracked
Isabella
it.
around.
I've never tracked it.
I did the
I mean,
math.
I'm a
JP.
little bit further out than Matt is, so I'm probably 28 miles away, 28 to 30 miles away,
If
round trip.
If you
60.
put 25,000 a year, that's about 70 per day. That probably
Okay.
checks out.
Yeah. I mean, I have to fill up my gas tank twice a week. Twice a week. Mondays and Thursdays usually.
I'm about a once a weeker.
It's a lot of money.
I filled it
Got
up. I
nothing
didn't
electric.
fill it up this morning. I put $9.99 in it.
I don't get that.
I had 58 miles left, and I put it in. I had 153 miles. Not $10 got me 100
There's
miles.
something that you like about stopping at banks and gas stations.
I don't like it. I just got to do
You
it.
obviously like it because you're choosing to do it more often than you have to.
I like doing it in the morning because there's never anybody there. I'm the only car there.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you fill up?
Because something tells me in my mind, in my corrupted mind, that I don't want to put $35 or $40 in. I'd rather just put $10 in, and then go back a couple days later and do the same thing.
Coming up next, we're going to hit the skins. Here's the question of the day. Do you want to see in this last game the Commanders win?
That's a great question.
1-800-636-1067. We've talked about tanking kind of throughout the last couple of weeks, and I think there's a lot of people that don't want them to tank, including EB. When you have 4 games left in the season, you have 5 games left in the season. When it comes to the final game and the draft pick could be different based on a win or a loss,
Yeah.
do you want to see them win or lose? I'll put that up as our Junkies poll of the day. We'll take your calls as well. 1-800-636-1067. Commanders play the Eagles. Final game of the season. It's meaningless for the Washington Commanders, except it could affect their draft choice. Do you want to see them win this final game? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Cowboys have released two-time Pro Bowl cornerback Trayvon Diggs. Diggs will go through waivers and will be a free agent if he's not claimed. The Cowboys close out their season on Sunday against the Giants. This move ends a tumultuous 2-year span between Diggs and the team. One source said the decision to move on from him was due to a culmination of events that includes his performance. And New England Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs is facing a felony charge of strangulation and a misdemeanor charge of assault from an alleged incident that took place on December 2nd. According to a police report, the alleged victim, who identified herself as Diggs' personal chef, claimed the incident occurred over dispute of pay. There is a January 23rd schedule arraignment for Diggs. Should the Patriots advance in the NFL playoffs, the AFC Championship game is set for Sunday, January 25th, just 2 days later. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. It's Bish and JP hanging out. New Year's Eve tonight.
Yep.
Big football game tonight between Miami and Ohio State. But right now, it is time to hit the skins. It's cooked up to you by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in. So Jason was looking into the kind of the implications of a Commander's win in this finale against the Eagles and the implications of a Commander's loss.
Right.
Now, you're saying that they can't go further down in the draft.
No, because they've got 4 wins. If they win, that would be 5. But New Orleans, Kansas City, Cincinnati all have 6 wins. So they can't go below 7.
But if they end the season with 4 wins, there are other teams that right now have 3 that could get to 4.
Yeah. I mean, if Cleveland were to beat Cincinnati, which I don't think is going to happen, they're playing at Cincinnati. But if they were to beat Cincinnati and Washington loses, then obviously Washington would go ahead of Cleveland because Cleveland would have 5 wins. If Arizona wins this weekend, that would give them 4 wins because they're playing at the Rams. And based on schedule strength, that's how they break the ties, the schedule strength.
Right.
So if you have a lower schedule strength, you would stay where you are. But if they were to win their 4th game and Washington would lose, then Arizona would slip behind Washington in the draft. So there's a couple scenarios. I mean, they're probably unlikely, but there are a couple scenarios where Washington can move up to 6, but they can't drop below 7 because they have 4 wins.
So it kind of begs the question, what do you want to see happen this weekend if you're a Commanders fan? Do you want to see them win? They're playing a division rival. They're playing the Eagles. Do you want to kind of stick it to the Philadelphia Eagles? Now they're going to be division winners and be in the playoffs anyway.
Yeah.
But just stick it to the Eagles because they're the Philadelphia Eagles? Or do you want to grasp at a better draft pick by losing? 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I did put that up as our Junkies poll of the day. Did it during the commercial break, so it's literally been up for 5 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Right now, 67%, 2/3 say no. They don't want to see him win.
Okay. So
prefer
almost
them
7 out of
to
10.
lose.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phone.
Now, even if they do lose, it's likely that they're probably going to stay at 7 because I don't see those other teams winning.
I could see Cleveland winning.
At Cincy?
Why not? Cleveland just beat the Steelers.
Yeah, I know.
The Steelers needed a win desperately.
But Cincinnati has a much better offense than the Steelers.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to College Park. Marcus, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you all too, fellas.
What's up, Marcus?
I'm not in the majority. I want to see them win. And remember, 2 weeks ago, this set up as a big revenge game with Dan Quinn, the coach, saying, we're going to see him again in 2 weeks.
Right.
They can't roll over after that's been said.
Yeah.
And you know what? Improving the draft by a position or two for this team, does that make that much of a difference? They got a bigger problem, which is developing the players that they do draft, that they do get it right on, rather than whether or not they move up to 6 or 5 in this draft.
Yeah.
I say go for the win, beat the defending Super Bowl champion going into the offseason, and carry over with some positivity.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, man.
There you go, Marcus. All right, good point. And yeah, I mean, since Sirianni went for 2 late, and he said, it was just a math thing, which was BS. It wasn't a math thing. We were trying to rub it in. But, yeah, in DQ, he was pissed. You could tell at the end of the game when he was talking to the media. He said, we're going to see him again in a couple weeks. Now, this is going to be Josh Johnson against possibly Philadelphia starters. I'm not sure how many of the starters are going to play for Philadelphia. So, they're still a pretty significant underdog, but I could see that. And if you're not going to drop below 7, I can see why you'd want him to win.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Peter, who's in Atlanta. Peter, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
How's it going, fellas?
What's up?
My first inclination would be say I want them to lose. My reason for that is I want them to have the best draft pick position, not necessarily because I expect them to pick in that position. I want the best draft pick position that gives them the most choices, including the possibility of trading back and getting more picks.
Okay.
So if you tell me that the 7th pick, which is possible based on who's in the draft and what's available, if you tell me the 7th pick is more valuable for trade back purposes than moving up to 6 or 5, then I say win the game and stay at 7.
Yeah.
But if 4 or if position 6 or position 5 is better for trade back purposes, I need them to lose and I need them to move up. I want them to have the best possible options of trading that pick. My guess is they're not likely looking to pick a high pick. They have the quarterback they need. They need more options for other positions, and their best case scenario is that they get more draft picks so they can pick more players. And that means getting a pick that is enticing to other teams that want to trade for it. That's my best thing. If you're saying 7 is already that position, and that's a highly rated spot, and that people are going to want to trade for them so they can trade back for it, then I say stay where you are, and I don't care. But if I say we need to go up 1 or 2 places to get a better trade option, then including trading back, then I say lose and try to get up a couple of spots.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people believe they're going to trade back to acquire more picks because they don't have many picks. But they might also covet a player. Like, they might fall in love with Caleb Downs and feel like here's a game changer on defense. We need to upgrade at safety. We didn't talk about it yesterday, but Dan Quinn's acknowledged he's benched Quan Martin.
Yeah.
So Quan Martin, just a couple of years ago, was second-round draft pick.
Did he say who he was going to insert as a starter?
I think what he means he's benched is that he wasn't playing like all the snaps.
Okay. Right, but he's going to – so he's not going to start.
Let's look at it this way. They're going to be looking for a safety. That's what it means to me, is that he was drafted by the previous regime, has contributed, but they want to upgrade.
Yeah.
So my point is, if they fall in love with somebody, they might hold on to that pick. I do think most fans believe they're going to trade down.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, like you said, if there's a guy on that board who slips to 7 that they really love, let's say Reuben Bain, who's a stud defensive lineman from Miami, slips down to 7, well, they might look at it and say, well, this is a great player. We need it. It's a position of need. We had him rated higher than 7, and they might take him. If not, maybe they do drop down a few spots. But I think it's most likely what's going to happen is they're going to stay at 7 based on the scenarios.
I mean, this past trade deadline, most people assumed Washington was going to sell off a couple players. Didn't.
No.
Didn't do anything. Look, it takes 2 to tango. You have to have the right deal. You don't just trade down to trade down. It has to be the right deal for your team.
It's got to make sense. Correct.
Let's go to our pal Toothpick. Happy New Year, Toothpick.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Listen, I am the little brother, right? But we all have big brothers, little brothers. Man, it's the Philadelphia Eagles, man. We got swept by the Cowboys.
you're saying you want to lose to get swept by these dudes again, and then guess what? You guys are going to argue that whoever they do choose, they didn't work out. So let's go for a win. I'm big on players going into the following season with a positive attitude and knowing that they didn't lose 4 in a row. We didn't have a victory Monday for about 2 months. Come on, man. I'm all about going into the new year, the new season with a victory. I do believe in that jump starting yourself for the following year. So that's where I'm at. I want to see a victory and let the draft fall where it may, let the player evaluations fall where it may. If you don't have a partner to trade back with, then you don't. You pick the best player available. You got a team full of needs. So that's where I'm at. And I still believe that the Junkies need to start a survivor pool for all the P1s and all the fans that y'all have for next year. So y'all should kick that around too.
I think it'd be fun. It wouldn't be fun for the person that has to keep track of it. Jason, we need another notebook.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. I'm sorry. That'd be too much.
We need somebody to figure it out because in all likelihood, you have hundreds of people. Now,
hundreds? I think we'd have thousands.
Here's the funny thing. When we did our original NCAA tournament pools, when we were a nighttime show, okay, so this is the first 5 years of the show. People don't even have cell phones when we started off doing the show.
Not. Right.
People were sending in faxes with their brackets. That's how long it was. And we had like 1,000 of those, and we graded them by hand, I think.
Yeah, I think we split them up. You took a couple hundred, I took a couple hundred, and we just graded them.
It was crazy.
1 point for the first round, 2 for the second.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember the goalie on my soccer team back then when I was probably 27 or 28 years old, the guy who we actually grew up with. EB and I played on this co-ed soccer team for basically 20 years.
Yeah.
This guy, Mike B., he won our NCAA tournament pool.
Did he? That's great. Yeah. I don't know. We might think about it. I mean, it wouldn't be a huge entry fee, $100 or something, maybe a little bit more. But I'm not keeping track of it. I'm letting you do that, or cakes.
I think it would be fun. Look, we spent a lot of time talking about
Benj and Mike Marr can do it.
We spent a lot of time talking about the Circus Sports Survivor Pool and our pal Bikey Botts being here in the last week being a finalist.
6 people left.
It'd be fun if we had a sweat for listeners and the Junkies.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Maybe we could do it for $25.
Okay. I'm
50,
fine.
whatever.
I'm fine with it.
Doesn't have to be some high stakes league.
As long as I just have to submit my pick and not worry about anything else.
There's got to be a way somebody could do a computer program.
Somebody will do it. There's got to be some website that'll do it and will track it.
1-800-636-1067. We're talking about the Commanders game. Do you want to see him win this last game? I was mentioning Quan Martin. So he played in 30% of the defensive snaps against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Quinn was asked about it, and here's quote was, there was a busted assignment that eliminated some of his reps. There had been a big mistake in the game regarding coverage, and so there were consequences to that. He then said, I'd like to say I love Quan and I believe in him.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how much he believes in him.
Well, that tells me that he's made those mistakes, this year. Multiple.
We've seen the mistakes.
Yeah.
Their defense. Here are their current defensive.
It's not like that was the only one he's made.
Current defensive rankings for the Washington Commanders this year. Defense is, in terms of yardage, 31st in the league. The only team worse is the Bengals, and it's by like 4 yards.
Right.
That tells you how bad they are. Basically worse than the league. Points per game, 27th. They give up 27.1 points per game. Against the pass, 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Against the rush. And that was supposed to be an area which they addressed by bringing in Kinlaw, something they focused on because last year when they made it all in the NFC Championship game, they couldn't stop Saquon Barkley. So they thought we need to address the run. They're 31st, giving up 145.7 yards per game on the ground.
It's been awful.
Feeling I got all day around this. So,
who is
I
that?
just wanted to listen for a second.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to Jack. Jack in Strasburg, what's up?
And that was supposed to be
Jack.
an area of the
yeah.
Turn down your radio, buddy.
Okay. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
There
hear
you go.
Down there in Stephen Strasburg, VA. What's up?
Nothing much. Just been listening to your show this morning, and you guys, of course, always do a great job.
Thank you.
And as far as my opinion, I've been following them since 1969 when Vince Lombardi came from Green Bay. And, man, what is there not to love about the Redskins? When I was a young kid, I served Sonny Jurgensen at a restaurant some
roast beef when I was a little boy, and I got his autograph, and I was gone from there on out. But getting back to the topic of,
Yeah. Do you want them to win or lose?
I really do. I hate to say it, but I want them to lose so they could move up in the draft. And listening to some of the other guys, they could possibly, take some other picks with their pick and trade it. So, I really didn't think of that when I first called in. That's what I would love to see
Well,
as a fan.
like I said before, I don't think they're going to move up too many spots. They might move up one spot. It's not like they're going to move up 2 or 3 spots because they just mathematically it just can't happen. So I think even if they lose, I think they're going to stay at 7. That's my guess. So do you want them to win and still stay at 7 or lose and still stay at 7? I would say if that was the case, you certainly want them to beat Philly.
I think you'd rather have them win.
Yeah.
By the way, I was talking to somebody. I was potentially going to do the book party this week for the Commanders game, and the person brought up a good point, and I think it's a date to be determined. I'm not going to do it this weekend.
Okay.
It's like, wouldn't you rather do it in a meaningful playoff game versus watching some game that nobody cares about, really, the Commanders game?
Well, you might have to wait a while if you're going to do it during
Well, like a week or two.
Oh, you mean
not a Commanders playoff game, just like a playoff game.
Yeah,
like I pick either wild card
so you
weekend,
just wait till next
depending
week.
on schedule, and then I maybe it also allows me more time to get a sponsor involved, to get some catering.
All right, that makes sense.
Probably I don't think it'd be wild card week, maybe in like 2 weeks.
All right, so like January 17th.
Yeah,
or 18th.
because then they're just one game at a time. You just like having the game on this week, there would be like I don't have a setup with multiple TVs. Now I have a bunch of TVs now, and I do have Red Zone. So I could have Red Zone on one TV, like in the kitchen, and then the family are going to have the big game. But if you just have one big playoff game, I think it would be more fun.
Does Red Zone cover the playoffs as well?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so. They don't need to because there's just one game on at a time.
Yeah, so do it in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Just have whatever game on at 1 o'clock.
So if you're curious, I knew I threw it out there on Monday. Not going to do it this week.
Okay, good.
You know what? It would have been cool doing it with like the Christmas decor still up. Christmas decor is not going to be up.
It's going to be gone.
The day there's a couple things about having a party at the house, and I've done it twice with listeners. Is a lot of joning can happen. You gotta, you know what I mean? Like if you have nubby parts of the house, if it's messy, you're gonna get joned on.
Of course.
And so like the Christmas season, the decoration actually makes the house really look it's popping. It looks great.
Yeah.
But you know what? The timing's just not optimal. I don't think the timing's right.
Yeah,
so
go with your gut.
So to be determined, we'll have the book party in a couple weeks, but I will make it happen. 1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. When we come back, let's get into our favorite moments, DMV related, sports wise, and we want to hear from you if you have a top moment. And you know what? This is a curveball. I didn't mention it. The worst moment, sports wise, in DC.
Okay.
All right. You think of the teams, probably a lot of bad moments, but what's the worst moment? 1-800-636-1067 and your best moments as we look back on 2025 here on the Junkies. So in the DMV, the state of affairs in sports, it's not great.
Nope.
Commanders, of course, were really fun last year. Amazing year. Made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. But this year, this season, a bust. Wrecked by injuries. Wizards are awful. Caps made it to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our guy Carberry won Coach of the Year. That was fun. Ovi, of course, broke the record. Wizards are terrible. Am I missing anything?
Nats.
Nats. I mean, just continue to rebuild.
It's taking
and
forever.
then, like, collegiately, if you think of the Terps, the Hoyas, in basketball, kind of down.
Nothing great. How about Maryland football losing 8 straight?
College football. I mean, you could point to UVA, but that's not really DMV.
It's not really local, yeah.
You're a big Tech fan. Obviously, they've changed coach.
Yeah, that's a big story, but not really DMV. You're right.
So, in terms of your favorite moment of the year and least favorite local, do you have one? So I can start off.
Well, for me, I think the best moment, it's close, but it's got to be what Jaden Daniels and the Commanders did. Now, it was last football season, but it was still 2025 and getting to the NFC Championship because they hadn't been to the NFC Championship since 1991.
Yeah.
So that was a big deal to get there 34 years later with a rookie quarterback. That was just such a huge story, massive story. And then, of course, morphs into one of the worst stories of 2025. So you could have one of the best stories with the Commanders and one of the worst stories in the same calendar year with them going to the NFC Championship, but then also having a bad year with all the injuries. But that and then the Ovi breaking the goal-scoring mark from Gretzky, that was a huge story too. But I would say probably for 2025, even though it was last season, the Commanders getting to the NFC Championship.
1-800-636-1067. Want to hear from you. Your favorite sports moment in the DMV this past year, your least favorite moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of agree with you. I'll be a little more specific. The Detroit Lions game, which gets them to the NFC Championship game. You know what? Even though I'm not a Commanders fan, I've had a great connection with my kids watching sports.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelsey in particular became this huge Redskins fan growing up. We went to training camp together when she was young. She met RG3, got a picture with RG3. That was like kind of a highlight back when she was, 11 years old,
Mm-hmm.
12 years old. And she's continued to be this huge fan.
Yeah, she's a massive
through
fan.
the years.
Yep.
And right after they won, even though she was in LA, she called and she said it was one of the greatest days of her life. I actually included that story in the book, faithrestoredbook.com, if you want to get it. And so that run was amazing. Now, I do think the most significant moment was Ovi breaking the record. And I will say, as a show, I think you were there. It might have been maybe the one time you didn't do it. When we were doing the altcasts, it was a blast doing the Caps game altcast right before he broke the record. Because Cakes had bought tickets for the game, which ended up being the record-breaking game.
He bought tickets weeks before.
Right. But just before that, the Caps played at home, and Ovi scored 2 goals. And had he scored the third one, I think he would have either tied the record or broken the record. And Cakes secretly didn't want him to get a hat trick.
Right.
And it was just a fun show. Like, EB and I were just rolling. Once he scored that second goal, we're like, oh, he's going to get an empty netter. He's going to tie the record, break the record. I can't remember. It was a fun moment.
Yeah.
And I would say the worst moment, though, is Monday, May 12th, 2025. Now, that date's not going to jump out at you, but here's what it was. It was the NBA draft lottery, and the Washington Wizards could have landed Cooper Flagg.
Yep.
For a year, we talked about Cooper Flagg. Should we call it poop for Coop?
Yep.
Whatever. We were trying, we were trying to come up with goofy sayings because it was all about tanking,
Yep.
which the Wizards are doing, to land the number 1 pick. And instead, they got the 6th pick.
Yeah.
And Trey Johnson might be a fine player and a great player, but you didn't get Cooper Flagg, who appears to be a player that can completely change the trajectory of your franchise.
Yeah,
So-
that's bad when you can get that 1 and you slip all the way to 6. Was 6 the worst they could do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just bad luck. It really
So
is.
those are my 2. I guess 3 because I included Ovi.
Yeah, Ovi was obviously huge. And then, again, in terms of the worst moment, even though it's the same calendar year but a different football season, what happened with Jaden Daniels this year with all the expectations from last year was just kind of stunning.
Yep.
With all the injuries, not playing well, everything started out slow because Terry McLaurin held out, so he wasn't the same player to start the year. Then he got banged up, and he was out for a while. But there were so many expectations for this team based on what they did last year after beating Detroit and getting to the NFC Championship. And they went into Detroit, and they pounded them, put up almost 50. And Jaden was awesome. And Jaden was awesome last year. But there were so many expectations. I think they were 6th or 7th in Super Bowl odds to start the year. And then to win possibly 4 games, man, it was just a crusher. So Commanders fans couldn't believe what they were seeing this year.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Steve in Fairfax. Steve, Happy New Year.
What's up, bud?
Happy New Year, boys. I think one of the best moments is the Commanders going back to RFK, the announcement finally happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 41 years old. All I know is FedEx pain for the
right.
for the pain, all the years that Snyder and all that.
You want him to get out of there, don't you?
Oh yeah.
The problem is, here's the problem, and I agree, it's a huge story, but they're going to be at FedEx or at Northwest Stadium for another 5 years.
I know, but it's but the drama of the PC Council, I think get the land back and all that. There's a plan. There's something going on that's a light at the end of the tunnel, as opposed to the Snyder era, where it's just a black hole of nothing.
Right.
That'd be that's just my opinion. But
no, I think that's a good one.
All right, what's your worst moment of 25?
I mean, it would just have to be the 2025 Commanders.
Yeah.
I mean, it just like you just said, it's that they took us to the highest of highs last year, and it was great. And then this year, it just didn't happen. But I honestly still have faith in this organization because there is direction. There is a guiding light. It's not like it was before. Yes, the team has holes, but this thing would need to be rebuilt. So many times over, it's not even funny. So I trust in Adam. I trust in what they're going to put forward in the future. Biggest thing is I have trust in Jaden. Jaden he's just a football junkie, and as long as we build a good team around him, I think the future is bright.
Got to stay upright.
Yep, he has to stay on the field.
Healthy,
no doubt.
I mean, like specifically, I get it when you say the Commander season is the most disappointing, and there's no doubt about it. Specifically, that fumble in the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
They had a chance to get to 4-2.
Yeah.
Think about what it would have been like based on last year, and at 4-2, you'd have thought they're right on track to be back where they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he fumbles, they lose the game, and then they go on that horrific losing streak.
It's so.
I mean, it's so unexpected.
It's so ironic that it happened against the team that they threw the Hail Mary against last year, and everything flipped for the Bears after that loss. And it's so ironic that everything flipped for the Commanders after this loss against the Bears. It's just weird how sports is constructed sometimes.
I do think you need to separate, though, the on the field from kind of the organizational things. Yeah. Because when he talks about, having faith in the organization, I think there's a lot of merit to that. They were dead last under Snyder in like those NFLPA grades.
Mm-hmm.
They're close to top 10 now. They got the stadium deal done. Snyder was trying to do that for 10 to 15 years.
Yep, couldn't do it.
It took this, so it was a massive deal. Like, we ended up having a party, the Burgundy and Sold party at the bullpen, when obviously the ownership change happened.
Right.
But you almost could have done it for the RFK deal.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever this show ends, hopefully in like a decade, I would like to work another decade.
I know you would.
Whenever it ends, when we think about the things that we've discussed the most, the stadium, the new stadium is going to be up there. Like, it was one of those topics just kept, I mean, I would, the news over the years of whether they were going to have a stadium deal or not, I was sick of it. So, like, for it to actually happen is a huge, huge deal.
I agree. And whenever it's finally done, it's going to be a huge deal when they finally play there. I know it's a huge deal, and it was number one on WTOP when they listed the top 5 biggest stories. But I just can't get it into my mind until I start seeing them construct it.
It's not tangible.
Not really. I do think one of the worst moments this year, and it wasn't one day or one game or one loss, but the fact that it was very surprising, the fact that the Washington Nationals just completely gutted the front office. This is a front office and a manager who had won a World Series. And it was kind of surprising. And the fact that since the World Series, the Washington Nationals haven't finished better than 23 and a half games back in the division.
It's crazy.
It really is. I mean, you're talking about 5 years. I'm not even going to conclude or include 2020, which was the COVID year. They only played 62 games. But 21 through 25, they had 65, 55, 71, 71, and 66 wins. Gutted the front office. Our boy Mike Rizzo is gone. Davey Martinez is gone. They've got like a 30-year-old manager. It's just nuts how everything has changed with the Washington Nationals.
Speaking of the Nationals, Chico wants to chime in about the Nationals. What's your favorite moment of the year, worst moment?
Oh, DC, it would be the Commanders and finally RFK, but also the best would also be the Nationals because I feel that it's good to have someone younger, to have someone, but you were right. The front office is horrible, and they need to get someone young and someone that could be of a minority that could take over, don't you think?
Well, they did go young.
Yeah, they went really young.
They've done that.
Yeah. Well, I'm 44, so they're a good 10 years younger than me. But do you know what they look like?
What do you mean? What they look like?
Their manager's white. If you want to know that.
They're
what about the general manager?
The general manager is Indian.
India. Wait, you mean Native American?
No, Indian American. His family's from India.
American. I see. I see.
But I mean, look, Paul Taboni, who's their president of baseball ops, he's a white guy, young white guy.
Oh.
But are you trying to? I don't understand your question.
He wants a quota.
Well, no, I feel that they should try to have a minority clause in baseball to hire people like they do in the NFL. Don't you think?
Like the Rooney Rule?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I mean, they
should.
Well, I mean,
feel in college ball.
There's a lot of minorities in front offices in Major League Baseball. Maybe not here, but they're out there. But I don't think that's important. I don't think that's as important as you think it is. I think you hire the best guy. Now, he could be black, he could be Indian, he could be white. You just got to hire the best guys that are going to change this format because this format sucks right now. No one likes to go out to that stadium right up the street and watch them win 66 games.
Nope.
So whoever
and it
you're
was
hiring,
so fun, that World Series here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of my, I was talking about this with my kids during this break and kind of going through like, what's our favorite sports moment that we've been to in person?
Yeah.
And Kelsey was saying, have you been to a Super Bowl? I was like, nah, I haven't been to a Super Bowl. And like, I haven't been to that many.
Actual game.
Yeah, the actual game. I haven't been to like one of these crazy game moments, but probably what came to mind was, and you weren't there, but me, EB, and Cakes were there for the wild card game en route to the Nationals winning the World Series where they came back.
Yeah.
And we were right
against
there.
Milwaukee.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
We were right there, and what's his name? Hader comes in.
Yep.
And they got to like just that like build up and that comeback was awesome to see in person.
Yeah.
And to think that they haven't had a winning season then is unbelievable. Ben, you wanted to chime in?
Like the 11-game losing streak for the Nats this year, although it seems like something that would go down as one of the worst moments in the city this year because of how painful it was at the time, sometimes you need that kick in the ass to get to rock bottom to figure out that you really needed that change. I think the Nationals finally realized they needed that change because they were going nowhere super fast. So that moment, although it was so bad at the time, I like that they've taken this new approach, data and analytics, and brought in the young front office because it just wasn't going to work. The rebuild was failing completely under Rizzo, as sad as it was to say.
I agree, and I just wonder. I mean, the rebuild has essentially been 6 years. I just wonder now that you've gutted it again and you've brought on all these new guys, is it going to be another 3, 4, 5, 6 years? Or,
probably.
Or will it happen quicker than we think? And it kind of depends.
I wouldn't count on it.
I wouldn't count on it either. It kind of depends on what Lerner wants to do in terms of spending money on free agents. But it could take another 5 years.
Yep. Let's go to Bob in Arlington. Bob, you're on with the Junkies.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Bob.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Bob.
Yep. Hey, there's no debate on the Washington, D.C. sports moment of 2025. It is by far Alexander Ovechkin has the most goals in history.
Yep, that was a big deal. Happened in April.
That's it. Number one.
And
Yeah,
what's your
by far.
worst? Do you have a worse?
A worse? Yeah, what do you call it getting hurt? The quarterback getting hurt.
Jaden getting hurt.
JD, yep.
What's it called?
What's it called? He's a hockey guy. He's not an NFL guy. All right, thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, the Ovi thing was so cool because, and when we had Carbs on, remember they weren't playing that well when he hadn't reached the goal, right? It was all about Ovi getting his shots, tying the record, and then breaking the record. And the team just didn't seem like they were focused on winning. Once he got the record, then they started to win. They could kind of focus on how they were going to play in the playoffs, and they got smoked by the Carolina Hurricanes in the playoffs. So
they did win a round.
Yeah, that's true. They won a
was
round.
Fun. Advanced to second round.
But we need them to do that again this year. They need to
Yes.
get at least to the second round. But right now, they're not playing well.
1-800-636-1067. When we come back, you want to do a parlay?
Let's do a New Year's weekend parlay. Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I keep saying this. Cake said we were going to hit one during the football season.
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked, this is the last week of the football season we haven't hit.
Right.
So there's a little pressure. Can you be on board with picking a touchdown so we make it all anytime touchdowns?
Sure, I can do
All right,
whatever you
so
want
we
to do.
got three boys behind the glass, me and you, all anytime touchdowns. We'll do our weekend parlay next here on the Junkies. You can vote on our Junkies poll of the day at Junks Radio. That's sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. I love my Surfside hoodie. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. Believe the last I checked, 2/3 of Commanders fans prefer them to lose this weekend.
Okay.
Which would mean they finish the year 4-13.
4-13.
Actually, it's 57%. So
after going
not
12
quite
and
2/3.
12-5, 14-5, or 14-6 if you include the playoffs.
Yep. All right, let's do our weekend parlay. Bishbucks wanted to do our parlay here.
Yeah, let's
Our
do a little-
last chance in 2025 to hit one.
And JP is forcing us to do touchdown props. So we have to pick a player to score a touchdown this weekend.
Why are we forced to do touchdowns?
That's how we hit one last year. It was simple. It was clean. I think both times that we hit, it was just touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this.
It's easier to
I don't
track.
I don't like being forced.
What did you want to pick?
I don't know, but I feel like my options are limited.
They are limited because only about half the games have the touchdown props up because these sites just don't know who's playing yet.
All right, let's spin the wheel.
There are a few games you can pick from. All right, so Matt Myers, do you need more time?
No.
Okay.
He's grumpy. He's sick.
He's just very grumpy.
I'm
today.
taking Derrick Henry to score -135.
Oh, see, why is that hard?
Well, I don't like. It's just my options are limited. I don't like not having a full deck to pick from.
Yeah.
That's all. And also, I don't like being forced to do something. JP's forcing everyone to take a touchdown guy.
Okay, well-
I don't like that. I like having the entire book available to me.
Well, prior, you guys, the boys behind the glass, forced us to do anytime touchdowns in the past.
Hold on,
and then we got off it.
I do not force anyone to do anything.
All right, in the past, that's what we were doing.
I've never forced anybody to take anything. My whole thing is I want you to take something that you're confident about.
Mm-hmm.
And why would I limit everyone's options to make them feel unconfident about something? That's all.
Well, either way, it's not going to hit. All right, let's
I
be
think
honest.
it could hit. I think Derrick Henry's going to score a touchdown.
Okay, one or two may hit,
All right,
but
well,
the
let's-
parlay
Well,
is
then
not gonna
why
hit.
are we doing a parlay?
let's feel
Then why are we doing
Just
a
because it's
parlay?
New Year's weekend, we got to do a parlay. There's a bunch of games to pick from, so we got to do
Bishbucks
something.
likes to throw cash. That's why.
That's right.
There isn't a bunch of stuff to pick from because half of them I can't do touchdowns
Well,
for.
that's his rule, but there are a ton of games. But all right, so let's spin the wheel. We'll stay behind the glass. We'll go to Mike Moore, aka Mike Marr.
Bunch of complainers.
There's no bigger lock in the NFL than this upcoming pick. If I don't hit this one, I might have to sub myself out for 2026 in the parlay. Christian McCaffrey, -185. He has 9 touchdowns in the last 6 games. He's the dual threat running back in the NFL. There's really not much to say besides that. I mean, there's like Valdez said, there's not a full deck for us to pick between, but that
17 total touchdowns this season. So by my math, that's 1 per game.
Yeah,
you just need 1.
This is the one that sticks out to me. So far, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, those seem like 2 layups, so now the ball's in y'all's court.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Put some pressure on us.
So Christian
And
McCaffrey
Ben.
-180. He's having just an unbelievable year with 17 touchdowns, almost 2,000 yards from scrimmage.
Where do you think he finishes in the MVP race? Top 5?
Yeah, I would say 3 or 4. Kind of depends on what he does this week, but yeah, I would think so. I mean, if he has a couple touchdowns, he has 19 touchdowns. That's just unbelievable. Where did Barkley finish last year? About 4?
Don't remember.
Something like that. All right, so we've got Derrick Henry in there at -135. We've got McCaffrey in at -185. All right, Benj, talk to me.
We could print free money with Trey Johnson to make 2 threes, but I guess we're going to do this touchdown thing. So Rico Dowdle, let's keep the RBs going.
All right, Rico Dowdle, I believe, is +125, and they play Saturday in Tampa, 4:30. Huge game. Of course, the winner goes to the playoffs, wins the NFC South, or excuse me, the NFC South, and they will host a game in the playoffs. So Rico Dowdle +125. All right, coming back in here to the studio, I'm going to take Nico Collins playing against the Colts. This is a big game for the Texans because they can still win the division depending on what happens with the Jacksonville-Tennessee game. Although Jacksonville's hosting Tennessee, doubt they lose. But Nico Collins is +155. I think C.J. Stroud finds him. And I will take Nico Collins to score a tutty against the Colts.
All right, you're in.
And that leaves John Paul Flamack.
That leaves me, and we'll go back to the Tampa-Carolina game. So we know that Baker Mayfield started off this year 15 touchdowns with only 2 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I think part of that has been because Mike Evans hasn't been there all the time, right? He's only played in 7 games.
Right.
Big game, winner takes all to the playoffs. Who's Baker Mayfield going to count on? I think he's going to turn to his most trusted receiver, probably a Hall of Famer down the road, Mike Evans. So I'm going to go Mike Evans,
definitely a Hall of
anytime
Famer.
touchdown. Look, this year he's only got 3.
Yeah,
Played in
he's
7
been banged up.
games. But I'm going to take Mike Evans in a big game. Baker's going to throw him the ball in a big spot. And I think we have a shot to win this one.
Baker's been – it might be a better prop to put Baker Mayfield to throw a pick because he's been so bad the last 7 or 8 weeks.
He's thrown a lot of picks lately.
He threw 2 really bad picks this past week against Miami. All right, here's your recap. Derrick Henry to score a touchdown against the Steelers Sunday night in a huge game at -135. Christian McCaffrey to score a tutty, huge game Saturday night against the Seahawks. Nico Collins to score a touchdown against the Colts, +155. Carolina, Tampa, we got 2 guys there. We got Mike Evans to score at +165, and we've got Rico Dowdle, RB for the Panthers, to score at +125. $10 pays you $383.81.
That seems so nubby. But let's get a win.
All right, there you go.
Let's get a win. We need a dub to end the year.
A dub.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
Ken Seals directed 2 scoring drives in the final 5 minutes of regulation and threw the winning touchdown pass in overtime as TCU rallied to beat number 16 USC 30-27 in the Alamo Bowl. Other scores from last night in the Music City Bowl, the Fightin' Illini kicked a 29-yard field goal as time expired. They went on to beat Tennessee 30-28. And in the Independence Bowl, Louisiana Tech rallied back after going down 17 headed into the fourth quarter. They beat Coastal Carolina 23-14. Playoffs continued tonight as Ohio State takes on Miami in a quarterfinal game, 7:30 p.m. tonight. The Buckeyes, they're pretty well rested. They haven't played since they lost to Indiana in the Big Ten championship game. Miami, they made their college football playoff debut with a win in the first round over Texas A&M 10-3. Those 2 teams face off on New Year's Eve. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Can I throw another curveball your way, Jason Bishop?
Yes, sir.
So it is the last day of 2025. And we acknowledge 2025, terrible year for DC sports, especially after the Commanders run. So January was fun.
Yep.
Right? But pretty much the rest sucked. You did get a couple highlights like Ovi breaking the record, Caps won a round in the playoffs. But overall, it's been a disappointing year.
Yeah.
And you can throw in, college basketball too, college football. Give me your 2026 early predictions. I'm going to tell you this right now. I predict the Commanders are going to make the playoffs next year. Sight unseen. I think they're going to be one of the bounce-back
sight
teams.
unseen. You have no idea who's going to be on the roster.
I saw Ryan Clark did this too. He had a top 5 list of teams who he believes can have a bounce-back
year
season next year, and he had the Commanders number 2. I can't remember who his number 1 team were,
Mm-hmm.
but we see it every year in the NFL. I think this year they were mostly wrecked by injuries, but the most important being the quarterback. Marcus Mariota will have started more games than Jaden Daniels this year.
Yeah.
And now you sprinkle in some Josh Johnson action. Like, you couldn't have expected to win many games. Like, that's the simplest answer is that their season was wrecked by the injuries, most specifically not having your starter quarterback available. So my number 1 prediction for 2026, and I don't think it's that bold of a prediction, is they're going to be back in the playoff mix. You have
I think Jaden Daniels is going to have more injury issues next year. I'm not saying it's going to be as bad as this year. I just think that the way he's built and the way he plays, I think that's going to be an issue. So I would, and again, we have no idea who's going to be on the roster. We have no idea who they're going to draft. We have no idea what free agents they're going to target. And we haven't even seen the schedule. So it's hard to pick a team to bounce back from 4 wins to make the playoffs the next year, even though it happens all the time. It's happening this year with the Patriots.
It's hard for me to make predictions on the Nationals. I don't expect them to win more than 70 games.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. I mean, that's probably a great prediction.
The Wizards, their 2026 outlook, they're tanking. So are they going to win the lottery? That's unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to land a player that's going to completely change what they are going to be?
Yep.
Unlikely. That seems like a rebuild that's going to still take a couple more years. And the Caps, now the Caps are an interesting one. Do you think they can make a run this year? Do you think they have enough? Like when we talked to Joe B yesterday, what worries me is he says the slump is because of firepower. Like, how are they going to get more firepower?
It's hard to envision that based on how they're playing now. 3 weeks ago, I would have said, yeah, they can make a run because they were winning a lot of games. They won, 10 out of 11 or 10 out of 12. But in the way they're playing now, you'd say, no, I don't think, unless they make some crazy trade at the deadline in March and get some guns, it's hard to envision them making a run based on how they're playing right now, giving up a ton of goals, not scoring a ton of goals. And it's funny, they play at 12:30 today. Caps play in 4 hours.
Right. So with their guys to party on New Year's.
Yes. On a Wednesday afternoon, they're playing. So it's hard to envision that. And I just don't think they're built for that run like Carolina's built, like Florida's built. And I'm not a hockey guy. I'm just kind of basing that on how they played the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the horsepower to go on a run. You know, maybe if Ryan Leonard starts exploding.
Well, he better start quick. You know, he's got to start now, because even though the division is really tight, and I think they got 45 points, and most of those teams besides Carolina are all in the 40s. So look, there's a lot of games to be played, more than 40 games, but they've played half the season, and right now they're sitting at the middle of the pack in the Metro. It's hard to envision them making a huge run in the postseason.
Yeah. Do you have any bold predictions sports-wise 2026? So I've got the Commanders bounce-back season next year, taking advantage of probably a weaker schedule.
Yep.
Healthy Jaden Daniels.
Yep. I think
you trust in Adam Peters and Dan Quinn to get them right back to where they should be.
Yeah, I don't have any real bold predictions with the Commanders because you just don't know who's going to be on the team. But I think based on his track record, I think James Franklin at Virginia Tech is going to completely turn around the Hokies.
That's a good one.
And I think it's going to start next year. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the ACC. I'm not saying they're going to college football playoff.
But you're going to notice a difference.
You're going to notice a huge difference. They won 3 games this year, all right? And they were dreadful offensively. Defensively, they were okay. And they had some parts. They had a couple running backs who could play, but their quarterback play was so bad, and he just couldn't get the ball downfield. I think with the way he recruits, and he's got a great recruiting class coming in, a top 25 recruiting class. He's going to pluck guys from the portal. There's going to be a lot of energy. They're going to spend a lot of money on players. I think you're going to see a significant turnaround with the Hokies next year. I'm going to say they're going to go from 3 wins to 8 minimum.
I like that. If you want to chime in with the bold prediction for 2026, 1-800-636-1067. Now, earlier in the show, we were talking about our New Year's plans. You're going to be home at midnight. I'm going to be home at midnight. I mean, you are going to a party earlier, but you're going to be home at midnight.
I'll be in my bed. And Matt Myers thinks that's a joke. He thinks it's nubs that I'm going to a New Year's Eve party tonight.
You should just stay home.
And he's saying I should at least
stay
until midnight, say, high five all my buddies, give all my buddies' wives kisses, and then say goodbye.
Yeah, if you're going to go to a New Year's party, you got to stay for the ball drop.
Yep, he's saying I'm
nubby. It's like leaving 4th of July party before the fireworks are going off.
Yep, and I've done that before too.
Yeah, you got to beat traffic.
But he's saying it's nubs. How many people out there listening are you going to go to a party or go somewhere and you're going to leave before the ball drops?
There's an article,
like me.
There's an article in the New York Times all about how less people are going out for New Year's. So it's a trend. I don't know why. People getting lazy. I've never been really a go-out guy. I mean, a couple parties over the years, and we've had a party. But in terms of like going out to like a club or going out to some big shindig where, I mean, it's a handful of times.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned the one that we did with Young MC where we were paid.
Yeah.
By the way, we were paid handsomely. I believe we got $1,000.
We did. We got $1,000 to go to this hotel, to this party, and stay
to be
till
on
midnight.
the mic like 3 or 4 times.
And then I was in bed by 11:15.
Yeah, you got hammered too quickly.
Yeah, that did happen.
A little too much New Year party for you early, and you didn't make it to midnight.
I didn't. I'm just not wired that way anymore, Matt. I'm just not.
But you also, see, I don't like when you say you're not wired that way.
I'm not.
Because you heavily medicate yourself with melatonin and different things like that. Like,
On the
you're always like, I can't stay up. I was like, you could, except you're choosing to take sleep aids.
I do that during
knock you out.
I do that during the week. I usually don't do that on the weekends. I won't, unless, I'm just laying in bed and there's nothing going on. And I just say, you know what, I'm not going to stay up anymore. And I pop a cup of melatonin. But usually on the weekends, I don't. But my body just gets tired anyway. I get up at 4:07 every morning. I get tired. But I have not stayed past midnight at a New Year's party in many years. I can't remember the last time it was.
800-636-1067. Now, if the game is tight, what if it goes to overtime tonight?
Miami, Ohio State?
Yeah.
Well,
Go to overtime.
I'm going to watch it.
Goes double overtime.
Well, I'll be.
Is there a tap-out time for you?
Oh, I don't know.
When you're watching a big game, is there a tap-out time no matter what?
Probably.
Like when you say your body can't take it, like if you're watching a game, see, I generally don't have a problem like Monday night. and I knew I should have gone to sleep. And I was kind of like half watching it, but I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching it to the end. I'm watching it to Stafford throws to Puka, and you're like, oh crap.
Right.
They're going to tie it and push this thing to overtime.
Yeah.
And then they ruled it incomplete pass. But yeah, I'm wired differently than you, and I think it starts way back in high school. I went to the latest high school in the state. We started at 9:30.
Yeah.
So I've always been kind of a late night person, and my mom was. So like during this vacation week, I found myself staying up till 2, and I mean there was one night I stayed up till 3 a.m.
That's unbelievable. Just watching TV?
Yeah.
I don't know how you did that. I really don't. And what time were you getting up?
7, 8.
All right, so you weren't getting any sleep. You don't strike me as a good sleeper.
Once I go to sleep, I sleep fine.
But you don't think you get enough sleep.
Oh, I
during the
definitely
week.
don't get enough.
Yeah, you don't get
My
enough.
average is probably 5.5, 6 hours.
Yeah.
Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. Scott, you're on with the Junkies. What's going on?
What's up, fellas?
You pumped for New Year's?
Man, it's just a day off tomorrow for me. So I'm with Jason. I'm gonna tell you, we're going to a neighbor's house, but I can guarantee you, I'll be in a deep coma-like sleep by 10:30. The ball will be looking at me sleeping.
When do you typically get up?
During the week, 4:30.
Okay, so
All right,
you're an
there you
early
go.
riser. I get it. Look, I'm an irresponsible sleeper. I mean, for years, I would stay up watching, games on TNT.
Yeah, and you would stay up till
basketball
12:30
games.
and get up at 4.
I do a little bit less now, but
I'm gonna stay up till the end of the whole Ohio State game for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
But as far as watching the ball drop, I could care less, man. I mean, a good game if the Commanders are playing or something I'm interested in, yeah, I'll stay up and I'll still get up. But
How far
For
away
this,
how far away is this party you're going to from your house?
like 6 doors walking distance.
Oh, you're going to walk there. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I'll get a few, cocktails. I'll have, a good time, and then I'll be sleeping. And my wife will be pissed, but I don't care.
See, my wife won't be pissed because she doesn't like to stay up late either. But I'll say this: I'll be at the party watching the game. So
will your wife stay at the party and you'll come home?
No. We'll all go. We'll all leave together.
Because a lot of times you will leave before your wife, right? At get-togethers.
Sometimes, not a lot. Usually we drive together, but the house isn't that far from where we live. But we're still gonna have to drive.
My wife may stay, but that'll be bad for me because if she does, then she's gonna call me to walk her home.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're not doing that. Yeah. All right. Just bring her home. Bring her home.
Yeah,
You guys go to sleep at 10:30.
I'll lie to her and say we'll do some shots before the new year, but yeah, that's not happening.
Well, have a great New Year, buddy.
Sounds so excited. Happy New Year,
You guys
boss.
too.
But if I'm up watching the game with my buddies, I'm not going to get tired.
Right.
If I was at home in my bed in a dark room, of course I'm going to get tired. But I'm going to watch the game at my buddy's house, so I'll be able to stay up until the end of the game.
Yeah, because you watch a lot of your basically post 7:30 TV from your
in my bed
with fans on you and a whole deal.
With the fans, lights off, dog at the foot of my bed. But tonight I won't. Tonight I'll be over at my buddy's house.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Richard in Fairfax. What's up, Rich?
Richie.
Hey, Happy New Year.
What's
Happy
up?
New Year.
What's up, Rich?
So I'm a statistician for ESPN and specifically West Durham. I do all his football games.
I love West Durham. That's my boy.
Every game for the last 9 years. And currently I'm driving down to work the UVA Virginia Tech game at 2:00.
Okay.
And then I'm driving to Charlotte after the game, flying to Miami and working the Orange Bowl tomorrow at noon.
Oh, that is awesome.
So
that's going to be
I
fun.
have a great staff for you for UVA basketball.
All right.
So when they played American last week, they had 56 points in the paint.
Yeah.
That's the most they've had since 2008 when they had 76 point paints against VMI.
Yep.
So they've got a really good team.
That's
they've
right.
scored,
That's right. That's
80
Ryan.
80
I
plus
was
points.
going to say that's Ryan Odom for you. That's the difference.
Yep. They've scored 80 plus points 11 times this year. And they haven't done that since 2008 also.
Yeah.
So
that's the difference. They're just speeding it up and they're scoring. They realize that's how you win games. Where is that game? Is that in Charlottesville or at Blacksburg?
No, it's a Blacksburg.
Oh,
so
okay.
2 o'clock.
All right. Drive safe, bud.
Hey, Happy New Year.
All right, man. Okay, we'll see you.
Sounds like he's really into stats, so he's going to have a good New Year.
He's a stat man.
Is UVA good this year?
They're pretty good. They're scoring points. Virginia Tech is actually playing much better too. Bunch of transfers. They got a kid. This kid, his last name's actually Shoot. It's not spelled like shooting the basketball.
I got you.
It's pronounced Shoot. He can really stroke it, and you got a couple other transfers that are pretty good. So that should be a good game, especially in Castle.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, Max Crosby's upset with the Raiders organization. They shut him down. They are tanking.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want him playing the last couple games. He's upset. Is that somebody the Commanders should look at? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account. Meet a few easy qualifications, no trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free money. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility is required.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. It's Bish and JP hanging out on New Year's Eve, getting you ready for the night, getting ready for tomorrow. Got a big college football game tonight, but we wanted to talk about a potential Commanders target. And this, look, he's not a free agent right now. He's not out there. Somebody you'd have to trade for. But Max Crosby has expressed his dissatisfaction with the Raiders front office. He actually put out a video this week of himself and his kid. He's in his kind of gym, and he's playing basketball, and he looks good to go.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were reading the tea leaves saying, well, he's kind of sticking it to the front office who shut him down because they said that they want him to not get further injured, right? But he's saying he could have played. So is Max Crosby somebody the Commanders should go after? We talked about their terrible defense earlier in the program. Their defense is ranked 31st in the league. Could finish dead last because it's like a 4-yard difference between the Commanders and the Bengals right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're 27th in points, 28th in passing, 31st against the run. They clearly could use Max Crosby. They need a pass rusher. But this is a team with limited draft picks, so I don't think they should go after Max Crosby. He's also a little bit older.
He's 28. I mean, that's not old.
Not old. I said a little bit older.
And he's a sack machine. He's got 70 sacks in his career. 10 this year. He had 15 a couple years ago, 13 in 2022. I don't know. I mean, why would the Raiders want to give up an elite pass rusher? And he just signed a 3-year deal this year.
Just retooling draft picks?
Okay, maybe. But you're inheriting about, I don't know, about $80 million, something like that. $75, $80 million. Commanders have money to spend. I get that. And yes, they do need one. I don't know. That's a great question. Kind of depends on how unhappy he is and if the Raiders absolutely want to try and trade him and get draft capital.
Would you want him?
I would
Do you
want.
think Commanders should make that move? If you want to chime in,
I would want an elite pass rusher. Yes.
1067.
I would want an elite pass rusher, but it kind of depends on what you have to give up.
Just feels like this is the Trey Hendrickson conversation over again.
Yeah,
another white defensive end who's really good.
But Trey Hendrickson seems like he's had more more injuries than Max Crosby.
Yeah, but do you know how many conversations we had about should the Commanders go after Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, we did, and he would have been a lot cheaper. This is going to cost you more money, but I don't know. It kind of depends on what you'd have to give up. Max Crosby is an elite pass rusher.
Yeah, and his sack total might not be great, but he's always up there in pressures. He's got a high motor.
Yep.
He's constantly going.
Yeah. But would you like to have a 22-year-old stud pass rusher coming out of college, save that money and spend the money elsewhere?
Yeah, I told you I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I would be against making a move for Max Crosby. I would not want to give up draft picks, and I'm assuming that you'd have to give up draft picks.
Yeah, you would.
Like, who would you trade for Max? Like, if it was player for player, who would the Raiders want for Max Crosby?
They're probably going to want top picks. They don't want any players.
Right. There's no players that you could trade for Max Crosby.
Yeah.
Outside of Jaden Daniels. You're not going to do that.
But I don't think the Raiders will end up trading him. But if the Commanders were interested, I could see why.
I mean, there was an article in Draft Network, top 3 teams to look at who should consider trading for Max Crosby, and they have the Commanders in there, and it has to do with what we've talked about. We had Von Miller on the show yesterday. Von Miller is at the end of his career, and he is leading the team in sacks with 8.
Mm-hmm.
Dorrance Armstrong, who hasn't played in a couple months, is still number 2 on the team with 5.5 sacks.
It's sad.
So they need somebody who can go after the quarterback. I just don't think
now if they had those guys healthy for the entire year, they'd have better sack numbers. It's because of the injuries, and they had to, kind of rely on the depth chart. But if you look at the defense, the starting defense this week, Jalen Holmes, Daron Payne, Kinlaw, Jacob Martin, Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wags, Sandristil, Will Harris, Jeremy Reeves, Jonathan Jones, Noah I. I mean, who really stands out?
Oh, who stands out?
I mean,
nobody really stands out.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, the thing is, only 5 or 6 of those guys were supposed to be starters.
Correct, and I'm guessing maybe 5 or 6 will be back next year out of those guys. That's not a good secondary right there, buddy.
No.
I'm sorry. Sanders still had a bad year. Will Harris, veteran. Reeves, backup, who's now starting.
But remember, it was supposed to be Amos and Lattimore.
I know. I'm just saying now. I mean, teams get hurt. Guys get hurt. Backups have to be pretty good. They got to fill in. These guys aren't that good.
No.
And you're seeing it in the stats.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Jeffrey in D.C. Jeffrey, you're on with the
Hello.
Junkies.
Jeff, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, Jason? How you doing, JP?
Good, man. Thanks for calling. What's up?
I was just calling. I think we should target some free agent receivers. I like the kid Alex Pierce out of Indianapolis. I think he's on the up. He's young, pretty fast guy. Maybe get De'Ami Brown back. You can get him back for relatively cheap.
Why De'Ami back?
Because I think De'Ami knows the system. He gives you that speed to stretch the field, which would open up things underneath for any likely tight end that we're going to possibly pick up.
He's not
and you
special.
Can bring Debo back. He isn't, but I don't think you need special. I think you just need a guy that's going to be consistent, and we haven't had that outside of Terry.
I think picking up De'Ami is a great move for Adam Peters because you get somebody, like he says, who knows the system at a cheaper number than what he got this year because there's no way he's going to get more. He has a relationship with Jaden.
Did he only sign a 1-year deal?
Yeah, I think it was only a 1 year, $10 or $12 million. So it adds depth to the wide receiver room, which you could tell it lacked depth this past year.
Maybe
obviously De'Ami Brown isn't special, but you can't sign 22 special guys in the offseason. I think it'd be a savvy move for Peters to pick back up De'Ami.
Yeah, he's just a guy to me. But if you want to go after De'Ami for wide receiver depth, okay, that's fine.
19 catches.
I'd rather get a stud coming out of college,
right?
Who's just a better receiver.
Yeah, I mean, and not that he's old because he's certainly not old, but a lot of the conversation this year about the Commanders was they're the oldest team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Draft some guys who are going to be contributors. Now, one of the funny things that I find about that conversation, because I don't think it's always a horrible thing. I don't think there's a direct correlation between the age and the injuries, because take a look at Bobby Wagner. He's one of the older guys on the team. He's played basically every snap this season.
Yeah, 99%.
You know what I mean? Jaden has missed all this time. He's 25. So it's not always, oh, you're old, that's why you get injured.
Mm-hmm.
That said, when you kind of look at what this team is lacking, particularly on defense, it's speed. And you get some young guys who are fast. That's what they need to do on defense.
Yeah, there's just so many holes this team needs. And
I mean, of course, Max Crosby was great.
Yeah, but you have to give up a lot for him. I get it. So I can understand why you'd say you don't want him. I just think they need someone that's going to be a difference maker, either a veteran in the free agent market, trade, or drafting. I think they need a difference maker at that position. They need an edge rusher who's going to put pressure on quarterbacks.
Yeah, but they probably need a difference maker at linebacker.
They do.
They need one at safety.
I'm with you.
They need it all over the board.
I'm with you.
There's no chance Lattimore's coming back, right?
I don't think so. Well, first of all, he's going to be – I mean, I can't imagine he's going to be back healthy to start for training camp. He's not going to be healthy yet.
He might be. He's torn ACL.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give him –
Mahomes thinks he's going to be back.
He's not. There's no way Mahomes is going to start week 1. I'll put money on that. And it's not that easy to come back from. And but Lattimore, again, he wasn't very productive, so I can't imagine he's going to be back either.
I'm not entertaining.
And coming off an ACL tear, I mean, he's going to be less productive.
I'm not entertaining making a trade for Max Crosby unless you get him at a super discount. And I can't imagine the Raiders wanting anything less than one number one.
I don't know.
You're not getting Max Crosby for a third-round pick. You think you could get him on a discount?
I don't know if you get him for a third-round pick. I don't know.
I would think a one would have to be in the mix.
I don't know if you necessarily have to give up a one. I don't know many teams that would give up a one for him. Why would you give up a one for him?
Because he's excellent.
Yeah, but he's 28. He's been in the league 6-7 years. So I don't know if you're giving up a first-round pick for him. And you're also inheriting a pretty big contract. So you're giving up the number first-round pick, and you're giving him, I don't know, $70 million.
All right. Well, then maybe I would change my tune. If you can get Max Crosby for like a third-round pick, then I'd be in.
Yeah. Again,
I mean, think about it. They got a third-round pick for Jahan Dotson, who's done nothing.
Yeah.
Like the reason, to me, like De'Ami Brown, that caller must bring De'Ami Brown back.
Mm-hmm.
I put De'Ami Brown in a bucket with guys like Jahan Dotson.
Right.
It's not special. Like I'm not targeting De'Ami Brown.
They're just guys.
Yeah.
But if you can get him on the cheap and he adds some speed and depth into your room, which they obviously needed this year, I could see why.
And I'm a little intrigued with Treylon Burks. He's shown on a few catches, he's definitely shown some potential.
All right, he had a great one-handed catch in the end zone, but he hasn't done anything. Come on.
Who's been quarterback?
Well, even if Jaden's quarterback and he's not going to do much. Treylon
Okay, well,
Burks.
he would be your number 4 receiver.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, look, the guys who are going to be back next year, you're going to have Terry.
Yep.
You're going to have McCaffrey back, and you're going to have Lane.
Yeah.
All right, so you got to fill it out. Now,
You
I
need
think
another stud.
McCaffrey and Lane should not be, top 3 guys. So I'm cool with McCaffrey and Lane being like 4 or 5. You have to think about Debo. I don't think they're going to bring Debo back. I would consider it if you draft somebody who you believe is ultimately going to be a 1-2.
Correct. And ultimately a 1. Not saying you I'm not saying you draft him at number 7, but I think you got to draft a receiver pretty high.
I agree. Let's go to John in New Jersey. John, you're on with the Junkies. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
I want to trade for Crosby. I want to trade for anybody they can get, and I want to do the George Allen thing and trade them darn picks away because I don't have any faith in these guys picking. The Washington always pick. Look what they did. They went with Forbes instead of Gonzalez. They went for Dotson instead of Olave.
That's a different regime.
And I know that was the last regime, but these guys really still. Look who they picked 2, 3, 4. Sinnott, he don't even see the field. Come on.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. They've struck out on a couple so far.
That's why they let us behind 10 years. You know what I mean? We're struggling.
But Jaden has to stay healthy. Choices. It comes down to the quarterback. Jaden has to stay healthy. He's got to play more than freaking 6 games.
Absolutely.
But I agree. Some of these other picks that they took, I know Connerly played better in the second half of the season, so hopefully he'll be, a starter at tackle for 10 years. But, to whiff on a second-round pick is a pretty big miss.
Look how the Eagles draft. The Eagles always draft good.
They hit on everything. I mean? They hit on everything.
They don't hit on everything. It's overstated.
They hit on a lot.
They hit on a lot. Did they hit on the John Dotson deal?
Absolutely.
No, but they didn't really need him.
Yeah.
They've hit on a lot of their picks and free agent pickups. 100%.
Yes, they have. How they get that guy from Miami? How they for a number 3 pick? Come on.
Yeah, well, they're
Phillips.
They're really good. They're really good, and they've done a great they've done a great job drafting. I don't know what JP's thinking.
Yeah.
No, I think that Harry Roseman, he's deified. People act like the guy doesn't whiff.
Well, everybody whiffs, but he's hit more than he's whiffed.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
And when you win a Super Bowl and you pound that team, you beat them 40-21 in the Super Bowl, and a lot of those guys were guys that you drafted, you hit. Especially on the defensive line.
I think with Adam Peters, it remains to be seen. Some picks like Ben Sinnott last year look very suspect. But obviously, Jaden's the most important one. I think Sanders still, even though he's had a down year, I still like that pick. This year, Trey Amos, I think he showed that he can be a starting corner in this league. Connerly, if you look at some of the metrics, he's gotten better.
He did.
He's gotten better. So
I'll give you that.
I mean, he should be a starting tackle for years to come. And, some of the other ones are questionable.
Yes.
But also they're later picks. Like when we talk about McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, I don't know that your expectations are much more. Like if you're realistic.
For mid-round picks, yeah.
for mid-round wide receivers to all of a sudden become guys that are catching 100 balls. Like, that's not what happens.
That's
usually.
true. And I think that Adam Peters has to do a really good job this year in this draft at acquiring a few more picks. Because when you only have 5 picks in a round or in a draft, that's going to hurt you, especially if a couple of those are late.
But, like,
So
it doesn't sound –
I think they have to do a better job of acquiring some more picks.
Yeah, like specifically with the wide receivers. All right, it doesn't sound great. You drafted McCaffrey and Lane, and you're thinking, well, they haven't done that much. But Lane is a good punt returner. He's proven that. He had two touchdowns.
Okay, yeah.
And McCaffrey, I think, is a pretty good kick returner. And obviously, you're trying to draft guys that aren't just returners, but they contribute a little bit in the receiving game, and hopefully they can continue to develop.
Yeah. You're right, but you need.
So they're contributors.
I mean, your number one receiver is an aging guy who's coming off injuries. You need to get younger and better at that position because I don't think Debo's coming back. So you're going to have a pretty big hole at number 2.
Let's go to Devin in Frederick. Devin, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning. Devin?
Devin, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
All right. Sorry about that. So you guys are going on about wide receivers, and we need more wide receivers. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I'd like to propose, maybe a different approach, right? Deebo Samuel's had a good season with an oddball cast out there.
I think
if
so.
we could get him back for the right price on a short contract. Burks looks good. In limited time, he wasn't in a camp. He's got some story or history that I'm not sure anybody knows about, but he looks eager to please. We get all these guys back, McCaffrey as well. I think we're serviceable there. I think our major problem is our defense. It's horrendous. We need to focus every effort on defense and linemen. I mean, to me, the blocking doesn't look good. I'm not an expert here, but we don't seem to hold blocking very long. So our system forces our quarterbacks to run for their lives.
I don't know. I think if you look at the metrics, I'm not saying they have the best offensive line, but I think they're in solid shape with the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a position of need.
No. And
and I'm not saying receiver is a high position of need early in the draft. I just think they have to get younger and better at that position.
So I think he makes a good point about Debo. So Debo missed one game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we debated several weeks ago whether he was still banged up. Bottom line is, if he plays this week, he'll have played in 16 out of 17 games. Now, 707 yards is definitely not spectacular, but 70 catches is solid. Obviously, his yards per catch has come down. Like, you look sometimes in his career, I mean, at his peak, he was averaging 18 yards per catch.
Right.
A couple of years later, 15, 13. This year, it's right around 10. The thing which did surprise me is he barely ran the football. So he's run for 74 yards, like on just regular runs. People thought he was going to get more of that. But, I mean, he's definitely a contributor. Like, if you can get him on the cheap, I would bring him back. Like, I don't hate bringing him back as long as he's not too expensive. And I don't think he's going to be super expensive. Like, do you think there's this huge market for Deebo Samuel that people are going to pay him $15 million? I don't think he's going to get it.
He probably won't. So, again, it kind of just depends on numbers. But do you feel great coming back with those same guys at receiver?
No.
Don't you want to add to it?
I would like to and it's hard because I think they got to go defense with the first round, but I would want to get a top flight young receiver via the draft who, like you said, I agree. Maybe he's the number 2 now, but ultimately is the heir apparent to be like the number 1.
Right.
And then Debo could be the number 3, and then your depth is McCaffrey and Lane. I'm cool with that.
Okay. McCaffrey's got to show me a little bit more. I know he's a good returner, but when you draft a receiver mid-rounds, he's got to be, they were thinking probably a good number 3. So he's got to put up good number 3 numbers for me. And I'm sure that they probably have a plan for him. I just think that they were lacking at that position. They just didn't have any guys who could take it to the house down the field.
Yeah.
I mean, they need a legit down the field receiver that can burn secondaries.
Limited play this year, 9 games, just 11 catches. So basically 1 catch a game, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they're not throwing to him.
800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll preview the big game between the Ravens and the Steelers. Kadri Ismail, who covers the Ravens,
a big one.
He'll join us at 9 o'clock here on The Fan. So Ben just brought in some cookies from his mom. Thank you to Ben's mom. What's your mom's name?
Ann.
Is it weird working with guys?
Those are really good.
It's a lock. We're closer to your mom's age than we were closer to you. I mean, how old's your mom?
She is 60.
Well, yeah, of course. That was definitely a lock.
Yeah. So thank you to Ann.
Ann made some good pecan balls. I call them pecan balls. My wife makes them. They're really good.
So I don't have a formal New Year's resolution. I need to lose some lbs because this year, I'll be honest, with the book, most of my days after the show, I would get lunch and I would go to the library. I was very sedentary, didn't really work out for months like I typically do.
Yep.
And I put on probably 8 to 10 pounds.
Yeah, you were coming here and working out for about 2 weeks.
Sometimes, but it's really hard to get in at like 4 in the morning.
That's what I mean. And I didn't think that was going to last. And the reason you did that is because you showed up late one time. And
when I got back from Italy, for some reason,
you vowed that you would
when
never
I got
be
back
late
from Italy,
again.
I was late twice. Traffic just killed me. I don't know if there was a traffic pattern change in the week that I went to Europe.
Yeah.
But and then I said that I'd give each you guys $100 if I was late. There's still time. I said by the Super Bowl. So far, it was so good. Like if Mike Mars open, I'm going to be late. But if I have a New Year's resolution, if I had to think of one right now, it might be to just avoid. It's not cookies in general. Cookies is my weakness. I was telling Ben. It would be late night snacking, like late night bad decisions on food. Here's an example. So we have some good friends that are out of town. They traveled to Chile to visit family. Right?
Chile.
So they have a cat. They actually have 2 cats. And they said, could you take care of the cats while we're gone? My wife's allergic to cats. So that means it's me, the guy who's going over there.
Yep.
Now, I got to tell you, I got a message yesterday about the kitty litter.
Yeah.
I've never dealt with the kitty litter. I don't even know how to do it. I didn't mess with the kitty
I'm
litter
so
at all.
anti-cat.
And there were 2 notes which they left on their counter. And it said, if you feed them twice a day, here's how I've gone once a day. But I forgot yesterday. Completely forgot. So I had to go over there at 8:45 at night. I drive over to my old neighborhood, been in there, get the dry food, get the wet food, make sure the water's fine, whatever. My whole mission is just, as long as they're alive, they're fine, right? As long as they don't die on my watch, they're cool. So I leave roughly 9 o'clock. I stopped at Harris Teeter to pick up my favorite cookies. Straight up, there are 4 big chocolate chunk cookies, 4 of them for $6.99. So then I'm eating that at 9:30 at night.
Yeah. Not good for you.
That's got to be my New Year's resolution. I just came up with it right
Cut
now.
out
I need
the
to cut
cookies?
it out because that's where the weight gain comes, when it's just like that late night nonsense.
And then you just go to bed and you just lay there.
I can't tell you how many times I've done this, believe it or not. I don't have a McDonald's like right by me, but it's a 5-minute drive. There have been so many times where I've had dinner, I'm watching TV, I'm watching a game. It might be halftime of a Sunday night football game. I will leave my house, drive to McDonald's, get a hot fudge sundae, and eat a hot fudge sundae at like 11 p.m.
That's incredible.
That's
you do
where
that.
the weight gain comes.
Just go to bed, fatso.
I know.
I know. He can't do it. He refuses to go to bed.
So there you go.
He's got to
I just
eat
came
the
up with a
sweets.
New Year's resolution.
He's addicted to it.
I am addicted to it.
I was telling Valdez like an hour ago, my New Year's resolution, now that I'm like, playing a lot more golf, is no more bogeys for all 2026. I'm leaving bogeys in 2025.
Just double bogeys and triples. I've
Just
seen your
doubles and
game.
triples.
Just doubles and triples, just no bogeys, right?
So you're going to purposely miss the tap-ins so you don't bogey.
That's pretty funny.
That's a hard resolution. How about your resolution be to actually keep score one time for all 18 holes? That's never been done, right?
No, it's been done once.
Once.
I did it back in like August.
Oh, that's right. You said you got a 101.
101. Heartbreaking because I
okay.
wasn't keeping track throughout the round. Like when I went to the back 9, I didn't tally up the first 9. So I found out at the very end and it was just crushing because I was thinking back to like certain shots like, oh, I could have done this, could have done that.
Did it feel like it was under 100?
No, it felt accurate, to be honest. It felt like I was going to fall in between that like 98 to like 103 range. But when you see that triple digit, it takes the soul out of you.
Hey, if you break 100, at believe it or not, 50% of golfers will never break 100 once in their life. So you'll be in the top 50% if you just shave 2 shots from your game. And then I think if you get under 90, you're in the top 25%.
Yeah.
Like only,
a very small percentage
only
can break 90.
25% of golfers will ever even one time break 90.
Yeah.
If you get sub 80 or like 2%. Which you've done.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah. I haven't done it in a while, but
So that's not a bad New Year's resolution. It's golf related. EB would be much nice. You have a golf related New Year's
I
resolution.
feel like my 2 of my best rounds, I actually did shoot 80. I didn't shoot 79 I've shot in the 70s at other courses, but I shot 80 at Pebble Beach, and I shot I shot 80 from the tips at RTJ. I'm sorry at Congressional, and that was
but if you were on like
that was
immunity,
years ago.
Right. If you shot that 80 and you happen to be playing on your typical course or like just a regular county
maybe.
course, you might have shot a 75.
Maybe, but it's funny because I didn't break 80. I had a 5-foot putt on 18 at Pebble Beach to shoot 79. I missed it. But I feel like 2 of my best rounds I've ever played were 80s.
I already know this answer, but I'm going to throw it out. Do you ever make New Year's resolutions?
Not really.
I didn't think so.
No. Although this year, it's not a New Year's resolution for me. It's for my daughters. I just want them to be better at managing their money, especially my oldest daughter. That's my New Year's resolution. I want to coach her up so she's a better saver than spender. I really do.
So somebody else's resolution?
Yes. It's not mine resolution.
He's the definition
Your
of a helicopter
resolution is to
dad.
make sure they follow through with what you think should be their resolution.
Yes, because they're not good at it.
I got it.
I mean, it's just it's frustrating.
I got a couple potential.
My younger daughter is better. Benj, my younger daughter is better at saving than my oldest daughter. Now, she doesn't have a full-time salary. She doesn't have a full-time job yet. Still looking for that.
I get size for saving money.
I wish my oldest daughter thought the same way. Maybe you should talk to her.
Coach her up.
I know. I mean, she's talking about going to, her friend is getting married next year in Antigua. Okay. I don't know what flights to Antigua are, but the hotel rooms are going to be $1,000 a night. Now, she's not going to she's going to room with other girls, but she's going to go to Antigua for a destination wedding and spend, I don't know what she's going to spend on that. She shouldn't be spending that much money on a destination wedding for her friends. She should tell her friend, I'm sorry, I just can't afford it, but she won't.
I think your New Year's resolution should be to stop sweating it. It's her life. Let her live her life.
No, you don't understand. When she doesn't have the money to pay her bills, who do you think pays it?
Maybe you got to cut the welfare system.
It's extra. Well, you can't. How can you cut the welfare system? It's my daughter.
Yeah, but
she's got to pay her bills.
You make sure that you give her a limit.
That's what do you think I do? That's my point. She doesn't understand
give in when
that.
she goes over the limit is the point.
You can't do that. You can't say, I'm not going to give you any more money. Who's going to pay the bills when there's no money there?
She's got to learn life.
It's so easier said than done.
1-800-636-1067
So easier said than done.
1067 is the number. Kadri Ismail joins us next.
Yes,
Huge
talk
game.
some
Ravens
football.
and Steelers. We'll talk to the Missile next here on the Junkies.
The Rangers are facing off against the Capitals for a New Year's Eve matinee inside Capital One Arena. Puck drop 12:30 p.m. You can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Also on today, we've got a lot of college football. In the Ryla Quest Bowl, that's at noon, Iowa takes on Vanderbilt. Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, 2 p.m., Duke versus Arizona State. The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, that's at 3 p.m. between Texas and Michigan. The SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl, 3:30 p.m. between Nebraska and Utah. But the only game that really matters today, the one we will all be watching, that is the Cotton Bowl, which is the college football playoff quarterfinal, 7:30 p.m. That is between number 10 ranked Miami taking on number 2 ranked Ohio State. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. It's Fish and Cakes. Fish and JP hanging out. I just called myself Cakes.
Fish and Cakes. Cakes will be back next week.
He will. I think full crew next week.
I think we have all 4 back next week.
Nice.
I think.
Scheduled to join us is Kadri Ismail to talk about the Ravens game against the Steelers. Winner takes all to win the division and get in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And he does join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. What's up, Kadri?
Man, what's up?
Kadri, is New Year's a big deal for you? Are you like a go out on New Year's Eve guy?
Not at all. Actually, I look back on my life of the 55 plus years, and I say to this that when I was in college, it was all about either playing on a New Year's Day game. Then in the pros, you were playing as well, and some of the parties were great, but then you look back and some of the parties were just overrated, and I don't know. I think it's another day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're exactly our age. We were born in 1970 as well. So we got guys working for us that are just calling us lame because we're not like partying all night.
Yeah.
They will learn real quickly. I don't think it's a situation where you're missing out if you don't go out and destroy every liver cell and every brain cell in your body,
right?
And then call that somehow, oh my God, I'm ready for the new year, and oh, by the way, I'm going to lose all this weight.
Yeah. Wait, you feel like butt the next day if you do that on New Year's Eve. You feel like ass, and I don't want to. I don't want to feel like ass on New Year's Day. I want to feel good. I want to watch these college football games. I don't want to feel like ass, so I'm not going to drink a ton. I'm not going to do it.
I just remember a regrettable New Year's, actually. I'll tell you about it during one of the breaks.
Hey,
but
Kadri, I wanted to ask you this, non-sports related, but I saw yesterday that there's a huge snowstorm in Syracuse, and obviously that's not a big deal. It happens all the time in Syracuse. There was 19 inches that fell yesterday in Syracuse. You went there. What was the biggest snowstorm while you were in college up there?
So yesterday, I got a group text message from my Syracuse brethren, and my one guy, Dan Conley, linebacker, played for us really good. He actually sent us a picture of the snowfall, and it was unreal. Now, with that said, we had in a 2-day span, I think it was 50 inches of snow.
Wow.
And we literally, when I was driving up the highway from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, 81 North, to go back up to Syracuse, there were mountains literally on the highway, just big old walls of snow that they cleared on the highway to allow for travel. And I don't know why I even traveled, but I did, and I survived it. But yeah, bruh, we average 150 inches of snow a year in that 5-year window that I was at Syracuse.
Why'd you go there?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you love it, but why did you choose Syracuse?
Well, obviously I didn't go because of the weather, but they went undefeated my senior year of high school, and Don McPherson, he actually was a Heisman runner-up.
Yep.
They tied Auburn, or Auburn tied Syracuse. Let's get that straight. Auburn tied Syracuse, denied us our national championship opportunity. We won the Sugar Bowl, although Auburn tied us. And so that just kind of made me excited for the possibilities. And so I don't regret it. I mean, all 5 years we went to a bowl game. All 5 years we won it. I think my last 2 years at Syracuse, we only lost 4 games. And our highest ranking was 6th in the nation. And I was a 2-sport All-American. So, yeah, I loved it.
Worked out for you.
I graduated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you got recruited by
I'm sure you did.
schools and like I always regret. I'll just tell you personally. My brother went to the U. Okay, I went to Maryland, which was so unimaginative because I grew up in Maryland. And I was like, why didn't I go to a school like that? Like you would have had probably your pick of the litter, right? You could have gone to a school in the tropics.
Did any of the SEC schools offer you?
So here's the crazy thing: the entire East Coast offered me, and it only happened after, I'll never forget it. I was walking off the track at States in Pennsylvania. I just won another gold medal, and I'm walking off, and the defensive coordinator comes up to me from Penn State. He goes, "Hey, man, I didn't realize you was that fast. I'm going to have to tell Joe about you." And I was like, wow, okay, there's only one Joe I know. This is Joe Paterno. Okay. So I was like, I appreciate you, Coach. Boom. And so from that point forward, I don't know if it's like some kind of coaching something back then that has translated into current day as well. But that moment that Penn State started recruiting me, literally every school on the East Coast recruited me. And to answer your question, SEC-wise, Tennessee. I had an official visit with Tennessee, and my recruiting host was Alvin Harper, who played receiver for the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
And my recruiting host coach was a coach by the name of John Gruden.
Oh, man.
And
Those are the days, buddy.
And who was the top basketball player during your years at Syracuse?
Well, we had quite a few. Obviously, my freshman year, we had Derek Coleman, who was, I think, the top choice in the NBA. Yep. And then we had Billy Owens, who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and he was unreal. And then we had Lawrence Moten, rest in peace, who was just as quiet can be, of 21 points after every single game, just balling and just flat out can score.
Yeah, those are the days, man. All right, so let's get to this game. Huge Sunday night. Our producer, Matt Myers, who's a huge Ravens fan, is not happy. He's going to have to stay up until about midnight to watch this game. But and I asked him to start the show. I said, what's your gut? Do you think Lamar's going to play? And he said his gut is Lamar's not going to play. So I'm going to ask you, Kadri, what's your gut on Lamar?
Well, it's interesting because I hear what he's saying, and every Ravens fan is kind of feeling a little trepidation over this. He does have a back contusion, and the way in which Tyler played, the non-verbal communication of movement for Lamar tells me that a shot of Toradol will get him right and he will play.
Okay. So
I think that is going to be, and it'll be easier for him to play, do his best. Oh, can't do it. Go ahead, Tyler, go in there and do what you do, and I'll just go ahead and chill out. So I think that would probably take place more than Lamar sitting out and not being active for game day.
Why were so many Ravens fans excited about the way Tyler played? He threw for 107 yards. Fill me in on why it was so great.
I think this. I think that for Tyler and for this offense in general, one, you're looking at a Steelers and Patriots game, and technically you can even go back to the home game all the way back to Thanksgiving against the Cincinnati Bengals, but you had games where there were just odd losses. And the Patriots game, it was odd in that you should have just kept Derrick Henry in the game and let Derrick Henry eat because he was feasting off of a weak Patriots defensive front. So the methodical way they marched down the field and scored, and then you get this game where they jump up on the Packers, although the Packers did have some quick strike, big plays. I think that is where people were like, okay, there's a rhythm to this offense. This is what it should look like. It hasn't looked like this since week one. And so I think that's where the enthusiasm of people came in. But I also believe that, there's some other things that are going on within the workings of this offense that I think is leading to where people are just frustrated. And they want, because listen, they came into this year, every pundit was saying that they are going to be Super Bowl champions. They have a roster that is built to win, and they have underperformed. They went 1-5. They played against top-tier teams, and they stuck up the joint. They played against teams that they should have beaten that were on the ropes, and they couldn't finish the deal. It's the turnovers. It's the bad play. It's all of it that has come about when you look at this Ravens ball club, and I think Tyler gave everyone a glimpse of, wow, this is what it should have been, and unfortunately, it wasn't. And so now you got a scenario where some people have lost their minds thinking that Tyler Huntley should start over Lamar Jackson.
Right. All right, let me ask you, I don't know how much of the Steelers-Browns games you watch, but I watched a significant amount of it, and the fact that DK Metcalf was not there crushed the Steelers. I mean, it just did. He didn't have any receivers to throw to. He was throwing to Scotty Miller. He couldn't connect with Scantling. There was some miscommunications, especially in the red zone. He had a bunch of tight ends out there. Adam Thielen's 100 years old. The fact that Metcalf wasn't there killed them, killed the passing offense. Shedeur Sanders threw for 2 picks, and he looked terrible, but they still beat the Steelers 13-6. I think the fact that DK is not going to be there again is huge. Tell me how you think the Steelers can move the ball against the Raven defense and what Zach Gore is going to do in terms of attacking Aaron Rodgers.
Well, first of all, the Ravens don't have Myles Garrett.
True.
So let's be clear.
Yep.
I saw the game from quarter 1 to quarter 4, and they were making every bit of an effort to go ahead and not allow him to get what he needed to break the sack record. Now, with that said, you're right. DK Metcalf, yes, he was not in there. They still have Kenneth Gainwell. They still have Freiermuth. Yes, Darnell Washington broke his forearm. He's not going to be in the Ravens game. But the Ravens, I think, unfortunately, like they don't put pressure on quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers was under pressure the majority of the game, and obviously it was more than just Myles Garrett, but it was Myles Garrett. So the Ravens don't have that. They don't have guys that can just run and disrupt. They have to simulate pressure, and even when they do simulate pressure, they still don't get to the quarterback. So that's troubling. Then you look at from a receiving standpoint, and the way their coverage is on different receiving cores, it just seems like, even going back to the Pittsburgh game, going into the Pittsburgh game, man, you would have thought, oh, this is going to be a dub. The Steelers, they can't throw the ball down the football field, even with DK Metcalf. And sure enough, the first play of the game, DK Metcalf catches a deep ball on Marlon Humphrey. Right. And so you look at the month of December, it's been the secondary giving up big plays at the wrong time. I think that is troubling. And so Arthur Smith And Aaron Rodgers, I'm sure as they're putting together their game plan, they're saying, hey, there's some big plays to be made. It's up to Zach Orr to figure out how he's going to put his guys in position to make plays. And then once they're in position, guys like Nate Wiggins, they can't be dropping passes that are sure interceptions. You got to make plays, period, end of discussion.
Well, DK, by the way, in that game, DK was a huge part of their offense. He had 7 catches for $150. You take that away, I just think that they're limited. I really do.
I'm not saying that they're not limited. I'm not saying that, yeah, they have their own issues. I'm looking at it from the lens of, okay, if you don't bring it, if you don't come with it, Mike Tomlin has that formula of winning close games that John Harbaugh hasn't figured out.
Oh, okay.
And if you get up a double-digit lead, and historically you've lost 12 of those double-digit leads that now put you into the all-time NFL history category of the worst of all time in the John Harbaugh era, that's troubling to me. So you're playing on the road. You have these fluky, weird things happen every time at doggone Pittsburgh, and heck, even at home, it's the oddest of things. So maybe I'm trying to do a little reverse jinx, kind of the world and the sky is falling and doom and gloom, and then hopefully somehow they will pull it out and we'll sit there and be like, woohoo! But until then, right now, bruh, I'm like, this ain't looking good.
Talking to Qadri Ismail, covers the Ravens, 10-year NFL receiver, co-host of the Purple pregame and postgame on WJZ-TV in Baltimore. Since you're talking about Harbaugh, there's some buzz, despite his success, and same kind of buzz that you get from Tomlin. Let's say they lose this game, they finish 8-9, losing season. Does Qadri Ismail think Harbaugh's back next season?
There's only one person that can answer that question truly, and I know you're going to think I'm dodging it, but I'm not.
No, it's fine.
That's Steve Bisciotti. Steve Bisciotti wants the whole continuity flow for his organization, and they even look to the Pittsburgh Steelers as how they had continuity with Noel, with Cowher, and Tomlin. And he had, obviously, a little bit of Billick, but all of John Harbaugh. And so I know for me, I would say I'm going to look at the Andy Reid, Thibodeau from the New York Knicks mindset of, yes, both great coaches, yes, have done some amazing things and helped our organizations, but we've reached a limit. So that being said, we are going to move on. The Philadelphia Eagles has banners up of NFC championship game appearances and all that, but they also have, after that, 2 banners that say world champions on it. And so I think that is where you have to realize, yes, we want continuity, but yes, we also know that if we have a strong blueprint and find other like-minded people that can get us fresh face, fresh voice, fresh look, I think that we can, yes, hoist up some more banners like we did in 2000 and then in 2012. Wow. And so I think both EDC, Eric DeCosta, and John Harbaugh should be looked at strongly as moving on. And that is where I think the only person that can say those things truly and make that change is Steve Bisciotti.
Well, Qadri, let me flip it real quick before we let you go. If Tomlin loses this game, he hasn't won a playoff game in 10 years. If Tomlin loses, and I have a bunch of friends that are Steeler fans, and they all want him gone. If Tomlin loses, do you think Pittsburgh makes a move?
It's interesting, too, because I have a ton of Steeler friends, and they're a pain in the ass. I don't know about yours, but mine are a pain in the ass.
yeah, they are. One in particular.
Yeah. Woo! Man. But I think that I love me some Mike Tomlin. They haven't drafted or replaced and got a franchise quarterback to replace Ben Roethlisberger. it is interesting because John has a franchise quarterback in Lamar Jackson, and they've come up short. Eric DeCosta has had a chance to get some multitude of draft picks that, okay, if you're a draft Nick, then how come they haven't panned out? So two different scenarios. I think for Mike Tomlin, yeah, it is time for him to go, but I don't see it the way Steeler fans sees it as like, oh my God, we gotta get rid of him. This is. I'm like, bruh, y'all need to look at, whoever y'all general manager is and be like, bruh, we need to find the franchise quarterback, and the Kenny Pickett thing kind of set us back a couple years. Like, we need to figure this thing out quick, fast, in a hurry. Otherwise, yeah, move on. And I promise you, both John and Mike T will find other jobs and bring in the right culture and help those teams back to whatever level of prominence that they need to be in.
Good stuff,
Good
Kadri.
stuff, Kadri. Love talking to you, man. Have fun this weekend. Happy New Year to you, bro.
Happy New Year. I'm going to have a nice, good, sober one because I know I'm going to remember everything tomorrow. Woo-hoo!
Yes, you will.
All right, thank you,
will.
Kadri.
All right.
Kadri Ismail covers the Ravens. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Interesting comments about Harbaugh. You know what? I want to get into a couple of coaches that may be on the hot seat after Sunday because it's always called Black Monday. Who's going to be in? Who's going to be out? We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. All right, we just talked to Kadri Ismail, and it's funny because both the Steelers and the Ravens have coaches with very long tenures. I think they've faced each other. Valdez, maybe you know the exact record, but it's something like 21-17. I want to say Tomlin has the edge over Harbaugh in head-to-head.
Something like that.
Something like that. But they've faced each other basically 40 times because they've both been around forever. They both have one Super Bowl to their names, Super Bowl wins. But both are kind of in this weird spot where the fan base, they're not super thrilled with them. They're not happy enough. You mentioned Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in basically a decade.
Yeah.
Harbaugh hasn't had this great success in the playoffs with Lamar Jackson under center. And so there's a little unrest. And I saw this yesterday, and I actually took a screenshot. It was on Twitter from an account called Poly Market Football.
Mm-hmm.
But it brought up things to consider, and we can kick this around. So Black Monday is known for when they fire the coaches, right?
Yep.
And during the break, Jason and I were talking about this. It's like, well, Tennessee already fired their coach. Okay,
Yep.
that's fine.
Yep.
That's not what this is about. This is about guys who are currently on teams, whether they will be fired or not. And Adam Schefter had a report, by the way. We didn't get to this yesterday in the Junkies Blitz. Schefter reported, now this was speculation, so I should maybe say didn't report it, even though he's known as a reporter. But he said he could see one or both or neither Tomlin and Harbaugh turning to TV next year.
Mm-hmm.
Just like them tapping out for a while and doing like kind of a reset. Said they could get jobs on TV real easy, and then maybe they would go back and coach in the future.
Right.
Now, that's what
Wait a
people
couple
always
of
thought
years.
about Bill Cowher, and he never went back. But
Sean Payton did it.
But we can start with that. So they have Tomlin and Jim Harbaugh. Will they be gone on Black Monday? Whoever loses. So if the Ravens lose, they finish the year 8-9.
Yeah.
Would they move on from John Harbaugh?
Well, Matt, I got two questions for you. One, do you think if he loses, he will be gone? Number two, do you want him gone?
First question, no. If they lose, he will not be gone.
Okay.
Two,
Isn't
do you
your
wanna see it-
owner considering selling? Are there some rumblings about that?
There was rumblings. I don't necessarily think that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. And I was telling Ben about this. Is that the organization is notoriously tight-lipped.
Mm-hmm.
They don't acknowledge anything. They don't say anything. They just go as business as usual. So
it means everybody's just speculating.
Yes, exactly. So what happens is this speculation gets put out there.
It's not even informed speculation.
It's not because anyone who really knows anything is in the building and doesn't say anything. So what happens is that there's a narrative or speculation or story or whatever it may be, and people just run with it because whatever the Ravens just don't acknowledge it and they don't comment on it, or they never bring it up. Or if someone brings it up from the press pool during whatever, they just say, yeah, we're going to try and beat Pittsburgh today or this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no real, and what happens is when it gets no-sold like that, it gets legs. It grows legs. And
Yeah.
people just run with it more and more and more because it's never getting shot down. Because it's not getting shot down, that's why people believe it. There's no Eric DeCosta coming out saying, hey, we have full faith in John Harbaugh to be our head coach. Just no one's saying that. So when no one says that, people just assume that he's on the hot seat.
All right, so Jason, why don't you weigh in?
All
So
right,
here-
I guess that's a long roundabout way of trying to explain.
No, it makes sense.
That makes sense.
But you're basically saying there is no answer, so that's why we're speculating.
I would say they run it back because that's just what they do.
And I think they'll run it back with Pittsburgh as well, with Tomlin.
Okay,
I don't think he'll be moved.
Just to give you what Harbaugh's resume is, he obviously won a Super Bowl. That was 2012. In terms of making the playoffs, out of his 18 seasons, and I guess you can't count the season because you don't know, made the playoffs 12 times, only 5 times missed the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And in recent years, 2021 they were 8-9, but they were a wild card team in 2022, lost to the Bengals. In 2023, made it to the AFC Championship game, lost to the Chiefs. last year lost to the Bills in the AFC divisional round.
Right.
So they haven't had great success recently, but he's got a Super Bowl. I think he's back. I think Tomlin's back.
I think both of them are back.
All right, so let me get to the others.
Okay. I was going to tell you.
There's a bunch. There's a bunch to consider. We'll start with the worst team in the NFL, Pete Carroll and the Raiders, 1 year.
He's number one.
You think he's gone?
I mean, he's the number one guy on the hot seat. I don't know. Would I predict that he gets fired? I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Now they've had an awful year at quarterback as well. So they have
2-14.
It's terrible.
Likely 2-15.
Probably.
I think that he comes back because you give him Mendoza.
You give him
and
number
you see
one
what
pick.
Can you do?
Yes.
And he changed the offense coordinator in the middle of the year.
Right. So I think he does come back, but he's clearly the number one guy because they have the worst record.
Kevin Stefanski.
I thought he would have been fired a couple of years ago. But,
two-time coach of the year.
Yeah.
This year the Browns 4-12.
Again,
quarterback.
awful quarterback play. Give him a legit quarterback, and I know it's easier said than done. I'm going to say he's back.
Mike McDaniel, Dolphins.
I think he's gone.
You think he's gone?
Yeah.
They've gotten better in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I know, but they're playing Quinn Ewers now. I mean, they're going to bring him back with Quinn Ewers. Is Tua going to be back? Or are they going to try and move him? I would predict he's gone.
All right, Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. The common.
How long has Gannon been there? Is this 3 years?
This is the third year for Gannon.
And he's got a terrible record. I would say he's gone. By the way, they're 2-8 in one-score games. First team in NFL history to lose 3 consecutive games on the final play.
Not sure if this is updated. I have his record at 15-34.
Yeah, I think Gannon's gone.
All right. Raheem Morris. I believe this is year number 2 for Raheem Morris.
Yeah,
the Falcons.
I'm going to say he's back for another year. I'll tell you a guy.
They've been disappointing, though.
I'll tell you a guy who I think is going to be gone if they don't make the playoffs is Todd Bowles.
Yes.
And by the way, I should clarify the clinching scenario in the NFC South. I had said earlier that the winner is automatically in. That's not necessarily true. Because if the Buccaneers beat the Panthers and the Falcons beat the Saints, there's a 3-way tie.
Yes.
And the Panthers win the 3-way tie.
They have the tiebreaker.
So the Panthers could lose to the Bucs tomorrow or on Saturday. Saturday, and still make the playoffs. So it's kind of crazy. Now, if the Falcons lose to the Saints, then the Buccaneers would win if they beat the Panthers.
They need to change the rule on the home field advantage for just winning your division.
I agree.
And it's just
base it
stupid.
on record.
Right.
Seedings are based on record.
If you have a team that's 8-9 and they're hosting the Rams, that's a joke.
I know. I agree. And think about it. The 49ers and the Rams possibly could be wild cards, but that was the toughest division in football. I mean, they have a combined 23 wins. And then if the Buccaneers get in, they could be 8-9, and they could host a game. I don't think that should happen.
By the way,
they need to change that.
I'm just going to throw out a couple other coaches. This wasn't on the list that I saw. The Jets bring Aaron Glenn back, 3-13.
It just seemed like he lost control of that team so early in the season. I would not be surprised if he was fired, but I think he'll be back.
I mean, the only team
one more year
is the Raiders. And again, common thread, no quarterback.
Tough. Yeah, I mean, you got to have a quarterback. By the way,
how about Zach Taylor, Bengals?
6-10.
Again, quarterback issues.
Injured quarterback. I'll say he's back.
Titans are looking for a coach. I'm just kind of going through it.
By the way, in terms of quarterbacks this year, I kind of counted it, and I could be off by 1 or 2. I think 56 different quarterbacks started games this year for 32 teams. That's not as many as it was. I think it was 2 years ago. There were 67, and that's based on injury, and it's based on guys just not performing, and they were benched, like Tua. But 56 quarterbacks have started games this year for 32 teams.
Well, yeah. I mean, how many of the starting quarterbacks have played in every game so far this year?
There aren't that many.
I mean, I mean, there's a good amount. Like Dak Prescott, Stafford, Goff, Drake May, Darnold, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, probably about
10 or 12.
Probably about 10 to 12.
Yeah.
That have played in every game.
But still, there's a handful of teams that have used 3.
Yep.
One right here in Washington.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Getting you ready for New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Let's do a little entertainment page, Jason Bishop.
Okay.
Entertainment page is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for Miriam. She's the general manager. Or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com.
.com.
So you said you know this guy. I didn't watch The Wire. That's a hole in my game.
You missed a good one.
Isaiah Whitlock has passed from The Wire.
Yeah,
71.
What was the cause? He was not that old.
It just says he passed away peacefully after a battle with a short illness.
Okay. Yeah, he played a politician. His name was Clay Davis on the show, Isaiah Whitlock, and he was a good character. The Wire just had so many good actors and characters. Obviously, Dominic West was one. Dominic Lombardozzi. It was really good. I just loved the show. It was an awesome show. Idris Elba, who I met up in Baltimore. I met Dominic West and Idris Elba one year because a fan of the show was I don't know if he was a co-producer or co-director of The Wire, but he invited me up there as they were filming, and so I went up and I met both those guys. I mean, it was just
very cool
to meet them. Idris Elba was the nicest guy in the world, and he played a great character. He played Stringer Bell, but I watched that every single episode, and Isaiah Whitlock was a kind of a big part. He played a slimy politician.
All right, so for losers like ourselves who are probably going to be home at midnight, if you're watching Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, do you want the lineup of acts?
I think I saw it yesterday, but yeah, go ahead, give it to me. I'll tell you who I'm interested in.
And Valdez, you can chime in because you know that they do different cities now. And so what it says here is in New York Celebration, the headliner is Diana Ross.
Really?
She's going to perform a medley of some of her most iconic hits.
Okay.
Also in New York, there will be, I don't know who this is, Maren Morris. Do you know Maren Morris?
Don't know Maren Morris.
Little Big Town, Ciara, and another act that I've never heard of. Also in Vegas.
Okay.
So they've got Vegas. You got Mariah Carey, 50 Cent, Demi Lovato. Nashville, Post Malone and Chappell Roan.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City.
Damn, they're everywhere.
Oh, they've got Puerto Rico, Daddy Yankee in Puerto Rico.
Do you know who Daddy Yankee is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You a big fan of Daddy Yankee?
He's fine. I'm even though here's the deal. I went to a Bad Bunny concert a couple years ago. That was more so just kind of like my Puerto Rican pride coming out. It was shortly after my mom passed, but I don't love reggaeton music. It's not my thing necessarily.
Right. Matt Myers loves it.
There's a couple songs I know he's been to.
He loves them. 2
Bad Bunny concerts. He's got somebody in his circle of friends who's into it.
Yeah, Jack's Wacky Jackie's wife is Costa Rican.
Wacky Jackie.
So did any of those acts move you?
No.
Not one?
No.
What are the odds?
I'm not a fan of.
When you come home, let's say, all right, I'm going to give you this scenario. Ohio State is up pretty handily on Miami.
They're up 31-14.
Let's be honest, he sucks.
Well,
I think Ohio State gives up less than 10
bad
points a
games,
game.
but he's had some really good games. Go ahead.
All right. So it's 21-3 at the half.
Mm-hmm.
So halftime probably around 8:45.
Yep.
I could see you leaving around 9:00 from that party.
Yes.
You get home around 9:15.
9:20. Yep.
Maybe you pop the game on again.
Yep.
Ohio State scores again. 28-3.
Yeah.
I could see you going to bed at 10. I really could.
I could see it too. I could definitely see it.
You're not going to stay up to watch Ryan Seacrest.
Well, no, I'd flip around and watch, just to see what's going on in the shows. I'd like to watch everything that's going on in New York. It's a good vibe.
So, Valdez, I know Andy and Anderson Cooper are the guys on CNN.
Yeah. Then you have
I know Seacrest.
Andy. Who's Andy?
Andy
Cohen
on Bravo shows.
Gotcha.
Who's CBS's host?
You know what? They usually have like a God, it's like Blake Shelton will do it or something like
Okay,
that.
so they get some guests.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's not like a personality like
The CBS one is mainly about acts. CNN and
does Fox do something?
It's kind of like skits. Fox used to do one. I don't know if they still do it. Remember Steve Harvey hosted the Fox one, and Gronk spiked the Lego statue of him, and it got better. That was a great moment in New Year's Rockin' Eve.
I got to be honest. I know you love the whole Anderson and Andy. I liked it when Kathy Griffin still used to do that.
I liked it. I liked it too. I got sized when Jen McCarthy would plant big kisses on all the midshipmen in Times Square. The Nashville one is cool because they have the sets at the Bluebird Cafe, which is a very exclusive small joint where a lot of big stars will perform at.
Gotcha.
So they'll have those live
I
performances.
think I walked by that. Is that on Broadway? It's got to be on Broadway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I walked by that when I was down there.
Bluebird Cafe is where many a country stars have been discovered. And it's a very hole in the wall place.
I will flip around to watch some of these shows though. Just to see what's going on.
I don't usually, but I guess if I'm
If you're
being
just
a
sitting there-
lame guy at home.
Yeah, I mean,
But you know what? I could see my wife and I watching some dumb show like Tulsa King, which we just started, and then she'll fall asleep and I'll be watching like another episode of Tulsa King by myself.
I don't know. I just
And I'll
like
put it on it.
I
you know.
just like I kind of like watching and then recapping the year. You think you miss a lot of things that happened in
Yeah, you forget about a lot of things.
showbiz or pop culture or politics or
Yeah.
sports,
Yeah,
and
you're
they
right.
they
You're right.
recap it, and you're waxing poetic about the year 2025.
By the way, I should mention that
I enjoy that.
There's one more chance this year on our show to promote the YouTube page. Mike Marr has been working hard on Junkies videos on our YouTube page. Subscribe and like. It's 1067 The Fans YouTube page. He put up some videos today of our Eagles Commanders discussion. Do you want them to beat the Eagles in the finale? Also, our Max Crosby discussion and the top moments of sports in D.C. and the worst moments.
Mhm.
We had a discussion
There was
about
a few
that.
of them.
There's a few.
Yep.
Not enough. What do you think is the biggest moments in sports in general? See, you always go to like the Super Bowl or the national championship games
This year?
in 2025. My world, Luca got traded. That was big.
I'll tell you what, in my world, you don't care about this, but Rory winning the Masters was a big deal.
That was a big one.
That was a biggie. But there was a lot of stuff going on, man. I wrote a bunch of stuff down we didn't get into, but the World Series was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's one of the best
Freddie
World
Freeman's
Series ever.
home run.
It's one of the best World Series ever. So there's a lot of
All
stuff.
right, we got to get out of here.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy
Be
New
safe.
Year to everybody. For Bish Bucks, I'm JP. Coming up next, it's BMitch and Finlay right here on The Fan.
all of us put like $500 a piece, and then we split it up and gave them.
Oh, that's awesome. That's good money too.
And it was like, hell, I'm using that towards my flight. If I fly home to see my,
The Cowboys have waived Trayvon Diggs, and according to CBS Sports, the top landing spot for him is right here in Washington. They cite the connection between Dan Quinn and Diggs, and they say from a Commander's perspective, it makes a lot of sense because after a season where they've surrendered a bottom 3 passer rating to opposing quarterbacks in the NFL, Diggs might just be a great fit. And today at 12:30 p.m., tune in right here, 106.7 The Fan, to listen live as the Capitals host the Rangers. The Rangers beat the Caps 7-3 on December 23rd, the final game for both teams before a 3-day holiday break. But that was also the last time that New York has won a game. The Rangers have lost 3 of their last 4. See if they can make another L today. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and B holding it down out west. Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Commanders getting back on the practice field today as they get ready for Week 18 against the Philadelphia Eagles. And, man, it's B, it's funny. I had a call yesterday with Kerwin and Heather and our boss over there, Anthony, just trying to figure out, because we got in all ears this week from Philly after the game. And with the 4:30 start, it gets a little more complicated, and we're trying to figure out the best way to kind of cover this game. And I'm like, man, in the grand scheme of things, like, this game is not that important. Like, it's the season. Like, how the hell did we get here? And I've been sitting on that question. Like, how did this Washington team, with all the promise of last year, get here where, at best, it's going to be 5-12? At best, it's the polar opposite of last year.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
a lot can change in a year.
A lot can change in a year, but I think it's a simple thing where, we discussed this multiple times, multiple weeks, where we keep discussing the injuries that they had. And then we talk about, everybody compare them with injuries to other teams with injuries. But those other teams have been rebuilding and building to a point, and they have a better base. This team didn't have it.
Yeah.
And I think everybody to a man, after they won, got that far last year, we were like, go for it. And when you're going for it in that situation, you're going to go and try to get more veteran players, and some of those guys didn't work.
It's also when you choose. Let's be real. In free agency now, through 2 cycles, they've gone the relatively cheap route. They haven't gone top of the market.
Yeah, they went
when
the cheaper route.
Doing that, it's going to be veteran players.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah, and I think the ultimate thing, though, if
the guys that get the most money are coming off, like Milton Williams with the Patriots was one of the few D linemen coming off a rookie deal showing real promise, and the Pats went to the top of the market to sign him. I'm not sure that was the right move. He's missed some time. He's been okay. Like, it's not always the right move to do that, but they haven't done it.
If they had gone and got some big name guys, then you only get a couple of those. You can't get a multitude of them. And if you get a couple of them and then they work, cool. If they don't work, then you
know what I mean?
But I think if you look at the injuries, I would say this. If they focus on the injuries and make sure they can stay healthy, if they're healthy, they're not losing all those games like that. They're not going to have the situation that they had this year if they're healthy. If they're 100% healthy throughout the whole year, I don't think we're having a conversation about losing that many games, losing a game by that much. But also, you when you think about the injuries, you got to also think about the fact that when we were healthy, were we competitive? You know, you got to always try to lift the degrees of what you have as far as talent.
Yeah.
Those little things are going to have to happen as well, where we were slower than other teams. Okay, you know, we didn't make the plays that our mindset, our concepts. We didn't make those plays. You got to focus on those things too. And I would hope that every player that is possibly coming back or thinking they're going to be back, you want to lift your game too, because a lot of players will poop in the bed too.
Totally. I
Let's
think
be real.
I think, like, if you're looking at buckets, or maybe even next week, dude, maybe we do a blame pie for the season. Not for games, but just for the season. And I think regardless of how you assign it, injuries are a massive part.
Hell yeah.
I would say somewhere between a third and half.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're going to finish the season at best 5-12. Injuries are probably around 40% of the blame. Maybe more, maybe
Probably more
less.
than that.
Maybe it's 50, right? But there is another half of that regardless.
Yeah.
And, dude, you've had guys that did not play as well as they did last year. And you got to look internally. Is that coach? Is that scheme? Is that these dudes aren't who we thought they were? Like, there's got to be a lot of soul searching.
I think you can look at certain positions and you can find reasons. But, like, for me, okay, if I'm a defensive back and that quarterback has 4 or 5 seconds to throw the football, I don't give a damn how good I am. I'm going to look bad because the receiver will get open. The quarterback will find him. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, a defensive back is going to look worse than what they are. I would take Mikey Sarensteele right now and put him on a team with a pass rush, and Mikey Sarensteele will look 10 times better than he did this season. And people could look at Mikey and say, "Oh, he digressed." Well, you look at him; he was outside last year. He had the sideline as a help. This year he went inside, and then he didn't have no damn pass rush this year. So he's going to look worse. You know, so I think like when we start dissecting this thing, the answers are right in our faces. You know, it's easy to find answers.
Luvu, without real DNs out there, he has to play a lot more kind of in a DN role, and maybe that wasn't his strength.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, one that
he was like a wild card last year, where he could do certain things that this year he wasn't able to do them. He had to go play more of a legitimate position, and I don't think that's his strength.
One that surprised me, a guy I was really high on, I called him to make the Pro Bowl, was Quan Martin.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the pass rush is a huge element to that.
Yeah.
But Quan got benched last week in that Cowboys game. I think DQ had finally had enough or whatever was going on there. Like, and he's going into a free agent year, I believe. Like, there has been, like, it's weird because some of this becomes chicken and egg, right? Like, did the player get worse? Did the situation get worse? How much does the situation impact the player? How much does the player impact the situation? Like, there's a lot of that kind of, like, circular motion. You know what I mean?
I can say this. You know when you play well or when you do the right things, even when you're in school and then your parents and even coaches, they give you more leeway, right?
Yeah. Quan has one more year.
And I think that last year they played so well and so good and everything happened for us that they got more leeway this offseason. They got more leeway in training camp. And I don't think that the people that were given that took full advantage of it and did the things they were supposed to do. Some people saw it as, oh, cool, I can relax, I can rest. What the coach is going to have to realize is what guys on this team can I expect to go out there and do what they're supposed to do, and what guys I got to make sure they do what they're supposed to do. You know, my dad always told me I don't make rules until you break them. But if I don't know what the rules are, how I break them. Well, you say, if you think about something twice and you do what you're supposed to do, you probably won't ever get in trouble. When I got to the NFL, guess who said that to me too? Joe Gibbs. And when you watch all the veteran players I had in front of me, I'm looking at what they're doing, so I'm going to do what they're doing. I'm going to try to, do everything that they do. Just come to work on time, be prepared, all that. What we saw last year is training camp, you said, easier. Practices a lot for people, easier. Everybody is not the veteran player like a Bobby Wagner that's going to do what he's supposed to do anyway. Some guys, when they see that, they go, oh, man, I made it now. And when they get that little day off, they chill. They don't do as much as they need to do to get themselves ready. Maybe the approach on the practices have changed next year.
Well, I totally agree with that. The other part of this that you can't ignore, if you want to look at the success from 24, it's a team game. And there's 53 players. There's a gang of coaches, front office, game plans, scouting, film study. There's a million factors, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what also happened in 2024? Jaden Daniels was shot out of a rocket and bailed them out of trouble week after week after week. He was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And when you go from having Jaden being phenomenal to only getting 7 games from Jaden and only having 4 complete games from Jaden, that's going to impact things. And then even Marcus was pretty good when he played, and Marcus dealt with injuries too. So it's like when you have, I don't know, look at the Ravens. I'm not necessarily comparing Jaden and Lamar. Lamar's accomplished a lot more over his body of work in the NFL, but as these injuries mount up for Lamar, like the Ravens kind of fell apart. Now they've got a chance to claw their way back in Sunday night, but look at the Bengals. Like when you lose a quarterback, it is massive. Now, if you want to make that into some larger, can we trust this quarterback to stay healthy conversation, that's your prerogative. I'm not necessarily saying you're wrong to do so. I think 26 will be a good opportunity for Jaden to prove his durability. I also think if these games mattered down the stretch, if they were 8-7 and needed the last 2 to maybe get a playoff spot, things could have gone differently. But you can't stress enough. I mean, look back last year at the number of close wins. And some of that is the way the ball bounces, and some of that is, the other team makes a mistake. But you know what was a huge factor in these close wins? Jaden Daniels being phenomenal. And without him on the field, it's going to look differently.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. It's weird to get to the end of this year and do an autopsy. And generally, when you're doing an autopsy of an NFL team, it's with the understanding that there's major change coming. You know what I mean? Like most teams that finish this year 5-12 or 4-13 are going to have a coaching change, or something big is going to happen, or it's a first-year coach. Like Cleveland could absolutely have a coaching change. Arizona could absolutely have a coaching change. Tennessee already had one. The Jets, they're sticking with Aaron Glenn. It's only his first year. The Giants already fired their coach. I don't know what the hell Vegas is going to do. I really don't know how you run it back with Pete Carroll, but maybe they will. Like that's the part of town Washington's in.
That's the part of town they're in, but you got to look at where they're at with the whole thing.
Right. I'm not saying it's going to happen here. No, it's weird to be there and not expecting major change.
But, I mean, you get there sometimes in the second year of something. Like this team last year, and I think that's where we are not being we as fans and media, they won 6 games on the last play.
Sure.
What if half of those games don't go the way it's supposed to go? You're sitting at 9-8 at that point. What if, like the majority, normally when you got the last ditch play, you normally don't happen 75-80% of the time. Right. So what if they lose more of those than they won? Then they're sitting on the other side of 8. So what we've got to look at is that we got a lot of luck with it last year as well.
Yeah.
And that as good as Jaden was, a lot of that stuff was luck. That last second heave to Noah Brown, that was luck.
That one's pure luck.
Okay? We look at the pass at the back of the end zone, all those different things. Those plays are so damn finite to where this year when you come up, you know what happened this year? Those plays didn't work. And you had injuries on top of it. So all those things went the other way. Now, as I stated before, they have to get back to what that game plan was in the beginning. They got off track. And everybody wanted them to get off track because it was so damn close. At this point now, You got to stick to what you know. Build this team to matter if you're the people that's going to be getting it done at the end of that bill or somebody else, they're going to have the pieces in place. Because what we've seen for the last 20-plus years, every time somebody left, that was not enough to sustain anything that might have been built. And every time somebody rolled in, what did they do? They changed everything to fit their system. What this team has to understand, whether it's ownership, front office, whatever, you build the team to where every time you hire a new coach, the people you have, they can stay and keep going. Because if the people got to switch up the personnel every time a new coach come in, you're going to do this.
Yeah.
So now they got to start this thing off with getting people that fits. Because 49ers, I went over their stuff yesterday. In the last 11 years, the 49ers have missed the playoffs 6 times. They made it 5 times, but in the beginning of that thing, they were horrible. And then that third year, they shot at it like a rocket. But those 2-3 years prior to Shanahan getting there, they were awful then too. So they built that thing up. Then they hit out a rocket. Now they go 2 years, 3 years, they drop off, and then boom, they're right back to the next year or so. That's what Washington has to get to. They haven't built that yet. They haven't even gotten close to being at that position. So when we watch other teams like the 49ers, we see these other teams do this and then back at it, they are in a much better situation than this team is at the present time.
Did you watch any of Hard Knocks last night?
No.
It felt obligatory for me. Like, I was like, all right, I'm going to watch this because, you never know if there's something newsy or just observational that's rounds out. Like, I try to do my best to cover this team at all times, and this is inside access to the team I cover. Felt very obligatory. It felt Washington was really not featured much. And you could tell, I don't know this, but I'm going to play a hunch. The teams get ultimate approval of what makes the show. And Washington's obviously in a terrible season. Dallas is out of the playoffs. The Giants are in a terrible season. And last night was the first episode that really felt like state-owned media. Like, it was like a lot of like gift exchanges. Jackson Dart had a charity event, and Washington was barely in it. And I think some of that is because the Commanders and the Cowboys were on a short week, so the Hard Knocks crew just had that much less time to gather. But, dude, what I was really surprised by, the one element that really surprised me, they didn't even show Dan Quinn's post-game locker room speech. Like, they've shown that throughout. And part of me thinks because the Eagles were playing the Bills, and that was a big game, they wanted to allow for as much time for that lead up as they could. And then the Giants actually won a game. They went out to Vegas and beat the Raiders. Just a god-awful Raiders team. But honestly, just as a viewer, and perhaps I'm not like if you're just a random NFL fan from South Carolina that's watching that game, watching that episode, maybe you enjoyed it more. But for me, I found it was the most disappointing so far. They're just kind of getting to the finish line, I guess.
Yeah. I think you and I look at it in a totally different manner than the average fan.
Right. Like, I want to see some of the insight that they sometimes show, and there was just none of it. Again, short week may have impacted that too.
And then when they picked the NFC East, they thought they were going to be getting a lot of battles.
Right.
Midway through it, they probably like, okay, we got to change our mindset, and we got to start focusing on other stuff.
Totally.
Because if they focus on what they expected to from the beginning, and they did not check the pancakes, call an audible, I think they would have got turned off.
Now, I don't know this, but you and I work in media and understand how a lot of it works. Perhaps everybody so Hard Knocks, so NFL Films does Hard Knocks, and then they license it out to HBO is how I think that works, right? Perhaps all of these, so there's 4 different crews with the Giants, the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders. There's 4 different film crews, and it's a significant operation. They built these trailers out there for them. There's a lot of Hard Knocks people around. I've gotten to know some of them. They're all very cool. Perhaps they're all full-time employees. I kind of doubt it, but perhaps they are. But let's assume they operate in the way a lot of media does, that you kind of get hired for this gig, and you're paid weekly or hourly, whatever it is.
Like doing a turnaround at a plant.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the crew that got the Commanders, when they got that assignment back in March or April, they were probably like, hell yeah, we're going to make some money. Because Hard Knocks goes on as long as your team is playing.
Mm-hmm.
So you get into the playoffs, you're feeling pretty good about it. So the crew that got the Commanders is like, oh, yeah, we got at least 2 weeks into January with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's only the Eagles crew that's getting that that little Christmas bonus, man.
Yeah.
I thought about that, too, with these guys just kind of putting a lot of work in. All right, we do have breaking news out of Philadelphia. Dave Zangaro covers the Eagles for NBC Sports Philly. Will join us next. We'll run through exactly who's going to play and who's going to be on the bench for the Week 18 finale between the Commanders and the Eagles. Nobody go anywhere. B, I see you wearing the fresh Collars & Co. merino wool.
Yeah.
I love the gear from Collars & Co., whether it's the polo shirts, the blazers. Those pants are phenomenal. Those pull-up, they're so soft. All the gear from Collars & Co., you need to check it out, especially the polos. Looks like you're wearing a dress shirt, but it feels like you're wearing a T-shirt. I throw one on in the morning, and I'm good for TV hits, a quick 9, or grabbing a bite after a long day. You don't have to iron it. It's just no dry cleaner. Take it straight off the hanger, and you're out the door. Go check them out at their pop-up store in Congressional Plaza for all your holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co., game changer.
by Foley Mechanical. The Eagles are expected to rest Jalen Hurts and most of their starters in the season finale against the Commanders this weekend. That gives Philadelphia a built-in week of rest before the playoffs start. And with the playoffs on the line, things are looking good for Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Despite missing all of last week due to a back injury, Jackson is expected to return to practice today. That is per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. No word yet on if he will play this weekend against the Steelers, but returning to practice is a great first step. Football season's heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to broilers to radiator heat, they are pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
The rich girl.
When you hear the Hall & Oates, means we're getting ready for a trip up north to Philadelphia. Maybe get a cheesesteak along the way. Trying to track down our friend Dave Zangaro, but he might be working because we just had some news break from Jeff McClain, covers the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Seems like Philly is not going to be playing many starters this week. Helping us make sense of it all is our friend Dave Zangaro, NBC Sports Philadelphia. Davey Z, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you guys?
Doing good, Dave.
We're good, man. I can't say it seems surprising, but what is the latest with who Philly's going to play this week?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of trending this way. If you heard Nick Sirianni on Monday, he made it seem like they were going to prioritize rest, which has kind of been their MO during his time as head coach. So, look, I think it makes sense that they're going to do this knowing them, but it's a bit of a gamble because they go into this weekend with a chance to get that 2 seed, which is pretty valuable. They need to win, and they need the Bears to lose to get that 2 seed. So it's very much within the realm of possibility. So I think it's kind of par for the course for a team under Nick Sirianni, but there's some risk involved, right? I mean, the disaster scenario here is that they rest their starters, they lose to the Commanders, and then you watch the Lions beat the Bears, and they lose out on a really good opportunity to move up in seeding. But they won't admit this publicly, but my sense is that they think they have a legitimate shot to beat the Commanders with their backup.
I mean, the reality is it's kind of Philly's backups versus Washington's backups, too. Like, the amount of injuries. I'm not even trying to do a bit. I think you're right. I wonder what, if any, like the Vegas line changes. Because
would they even have a line?
Washington's going to be starting a third-string quarterback most likely. Outside of maybe some skill position guys, Washington's not going to have a ton of what you would consider their starters either. Yeah, it looks like, so that line dropped from 7 down to 3-4, but Philly's still favored.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question, though, Dave. The offense has not been clicking like they normally do. Do they have any concern about that not getting back to where it was? Because if the offense doesn't get better, with the defense being as good as they are not the same team as they were in the playoffs last year.
No, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think there's a legitimate fear that this offense is just never going to live up to its potential this year, and you're going to waste what is an elite defense. I think that's a legitimate fear, but from their perspective, what gets them the best offense in the playoffs is not showing out against, let's be honest, not a very good Commanders defense, or potentially resting these guys, trying to get the offensive line a little healthier for the playoffs. I think that to them is more valuable than trying to put together a full 60 minutes, because they did some good things actually against the Bills in the first half, and then the second half was kind of a disaster from an offensive standpoint. But if they're trying to be encouraged about that performance, the first half actually was pretty good. They were able to move the football. They were able to mix and match their run game and pass game pretty well. And then I think in the second half of that game, they got away from a lot of the things that worked in the first half. They became predictable. I think they kind of turtled a little bit with a 13-point lead. And to me, that's more approach than it is execution or talent. It was just, to me, a too conservative approach in the second half of that game.
I'm going to ask this as kind of a two-parter, right? How good is Philly's defense right now? Because they look excellent.
Yeah, they're fantastic, and they're peaking at the right time, which is pretty impressive. You think back to last year, they did it with a bunch of different players. You know, they peaked at the right time. They were excellent in the playoffs, and then they lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams and Darius Slay and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and there were some serious questions going into this year about how they were going to replace all those really good players that they lost in free agency or that they cut ties with. And it took a little bit of time. You know, they had some young players, and they had to mix and match a little bit. But here we are on the doorstep of the playoffs, and they look like an elite defense. They just played the best run game in the NFL, the reigning MVP, and they pretty much held them in check for all that game. So I think the big difference in this defense from this year to last year is that this year right now, going into the playoffs, their defensive line looks off. And you know, it's kind of revisionist history when we look at that 2014 because they were so good up front in the Super Bowl, but that really wasn't their strength for most of that season. It was their secondary. It was their ability to cover. But this year, to me, it's even a more balanced defense, which is pretty scary.
So the flip side of that, we're talking with our friend Dave Zangaro here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Dave at DZangaro, NBCS, Zangaro. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast with Dave and our friend Ruben Frank. Kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. That Eagles defense, and I said this weeks back, maybe it was even in that Chargers game where Hurts, they ended up losing that game, and Hurts turned it over 5 times. But that defense kept them in it, and I think that defense can keep them in it against anybody. But maybe I shouldn't say bad, but how challenged is the Eagles' offense?
It's a problem right now, and you know it makes their margin for error so razor thin that it's a lot of pressure for the defense to live up to. They have to be almost perfect to win these games, and look, they've been excellent since the bye week. They've given up an average of 14.5 points per game. I mean, they're playing lights out right now. But the offense isn't living up to its side of the deal, and I give the locker room credit because sometimes when you have a dynamic like that, it can create some internal strife where one side of the football is looking at the other like, hey, come on guys, like live up to your end of the deal. That has not happened yet. But yeah, I mean the offense has to be better. There's no reason why it shouldn't be better. This is the highest payroll offensively in the NFL. This is an offense with a ton of talent that he just has underperformed pretty much all year. And there have been glimpses of a good offense in there at times, but they really haven't put together a full 60 minutes almost at all this entire season. So, I don't think there's some magic switch to flip as you go into the playoffs, but I think the hope is that talent wins out as it sometimes does in the NFL.
The talent is certainly there with Philly. So, assuming it's not Hurts, is that Tanner McKee? I know there's all sorts of excitement about Tanner McKee.
Yeah, it'll be Tanner McKee on Sunday, and he's someone who, we haven't seen him play a ton, but every time he's been in there, he's looked really good. The offense looks different with him. He's a different style quarterback than Jalen Hurts, so I actually think, I'm curious, we have a Nick Sirianni press conference coming up in under an hour, and I still kind of think he's going to not try to reveal this publicly, even though everyone already knows what's going to happen. But, Tanner McKee was a 6th-round pick a few years ago. He's someone who internally they've really liked since they've had him in the building. He's been impressive during training camps and then during the preseason, and then whenever he gets his opportunities during the season, he's looked really, really good. So I think everyone in this city is kind of fascinated to see what he looks like because he's the kind of player who I could envision at some point with a different team getting a chance to compete for a starting job. And I think if he has a nice showing on Sunday, it'll only kind of further that lure of Tanner McKee.
Well, this defense is a good opportunity for a guy to have a nice showing. I just got this tweet from Hail Captain Will. He said, we need a Sam Howell versus Sam Hartman matchup. I do not think we'll see Sam Hartman. What are the chances Philly puts Howell on the field?
Yeah, it's not crazy. I mean, if this is getting ahead of ourselves here, but if they build up a big lead, or if, say the Bears are running away with it against Detroit, and maybe at that point you try to protect your backup quarterback. I don't think that's crazy. The backup quarterback is an important position. You don't want to give him a chance to get hurt. So maybe there's a chance Sam Howell at some point plays in this game. Probably unlikely, but yeah, it's funny. We didn't really get to see Sam Howell at all. He came here after training camp, and from what I've heard, he's fit in really well in the locker room and in the quarterback room. But yeah, I don't think I've seen him throw a pass. It's been him as the emergency quarterback, except for, one or two games all year. So that would be fun, right? Yeah. Sam Howell against the Commanders on Sunday, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised he fits in. He's a great dude.
My question would be, if they're going to get on a run, their running game is going to have to be more consistent. Do you see that happening?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's funny. It's kind of been the talking point here all season. It's like, are they going to figure this out? And then you have the offensive line every week going, yeah, we're close. We're one block away from figuring this out. And, you're one block away for 17 weeks. That's not really how this works. At a certain point, you just are what you are. I think that's maybe part of the reason they're opting for rest this week. That offensive line has been banged up all year, and I don't think it's going to magically fix itself with 1 week of rest, but it certainly can't hurt. And then, obviously once you rest the offensive line, you're not going to play the quarterback. So, yeah, I don't know. We've seen glimpses of this run game start to look alive. I do not think it's Saquon Barkley. I had not thought it's been Saquon all year. I don't think he's the reason they haven't gotten it together. I think it's up front. I think the offensive line just has not played up to the level we're used to seeing them play, and then I don't think play calling has helped them either. But they still have Saquon. He's still really good. So if they're able to figure it out up front, I think there is still a chance maybe they're not elite in their running attack like they were last year, but they can at least be a good rushing team, and that's what they want. I mean, that is what they want to be from an identity standpoint. They want to play good defense, they want to run the football, and they want to pass when they need to, and they just haven't been able to lean on that run game all year.
Lane Johnson did not come back against the Bills, right? I know there was some talk of that.
Yeah, he didn't, and obviously he's not going to play this week. But
sure.
My understanding is he's still on track to play in the playoffs, and he's the kind of guy where I don't think you need to rush him out there to get some reps. He's 13 years into this, so everyone will find out how healthy he is when that wild card game starts out.
Yeah, exactly. And then my last question, I guess, with Philly most likely either facing the Rams or the Packers, those are both two really good teams, and so why not rest these guys? Is that kind of where you think Sirianni's at?
Yeah, a little bit. There's a weird rest advantage because the Rams are going to have the ability to potentially rest if they know there's nothing at stake. So that's, it's impossible to line up all these games, but that's a little unfair, right? If they end up being that wild card opponent, they get the rest. So that could potentially play a role here. I do think there's a big difference, though. If you're Philly and you're the 2 seed, you get to play the Packers, who kind of look lost right now. Whereas if you're the 3, it's either the Rams or the 49ers. So I think that's a really big difference. And to me, that's one of the reasons why I think it was a debate this week here about playing or resting, because it's a big difference if you're that 2 seed. Not only the potential extra home game in the playoffs, but also the opponent in that first round.
Hey, Dave, Happy New Year, brother. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, guys. Happy New Year. Thanks again.
All right, man. That's our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yeah, see him next year.
Yeah, it's true. You can give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. Hey, it's JP Finlay. You've heard me talk about all the help I've gotten from Better Services. They came to the rescue with my house. They got me all the right appliances after we had the water damage to match the appliances that weren't damaged. They've been great. They found my wife the exact double oven she was looking for from KitchenAid. Whatever it is you're looking for when it comes to appliances, go check out Better Services. They've got a big showroom in Kensington, Maryland. You can see all the brands, all the models, all the makes you're looking for. And what they can do is they can guarantee you next day delivery or maybe even same day delivery, and they'll haul away your old appliances. That's not all they can do, though. Say you want some handyman work done around the house, call Better Services. Say you're thinking about a bathroom reno or a kitchen reno, call Better Services. This is a family-owned company that'll take care of you like they took care of me and my family. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR, Better Services. You can check them out on Facebook, too. You better get better, betterservices.com. College football playoff starts tonight.
Let's get it, baby.
Miami, Ohio State.
Uh-oh.
What a juicy game.
Tanner against Sean Spring.
Now we got an actual bracket. So I'm going to get everybody's picks for the bracket. We can determine wagers later. I'm guessing nobody will actually pay, so maybe we don't worry too much about that.
Snickers.
Snickers bars it is.
Yeah.
BMitch.
Pecans, Snickers.
We'll start tonight. Miami, Ohio State.
Miami, Ohio State. I would love to see Ohio State beat them. I mean, Miami beat them, but I think Ohio State going to be just too much.
Okay.
Where they playing at?
I believe that's in Dallas, Cotton Bowl.
Ooh.
So probably Jerry World.
Ooh. Whew. I'm going to say Ohio State.
Okay. Ohio State's a big favorite. Tomorrow night in New Orleans, Sugar Bowl, Ole Miss, Georgia.
Georgia.
Hard not to pick Georgia there. Tomorrow at noon, which could be the best game here, Orange Bowl in Miami, Oregon, Texas Tech.
Ooh. I'm going to go Texas Tech.
All right, Red Raiders. They play the winner of Alabama, Indiana, playing tomorrow in the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl.
Okay. Indiana is going to keep moving on.
All right. So then, B, you got Texas Tech versus Indiana.
I would take Indiana in that game.
You got Ohio State versus Georgia.
Ooh.
That's big boy stuff.
Yeah.
Huey's saying Buckeyes over there.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think Georgia might get him on that one, though. We'll go Georgia.
Dogs. Ked Golston nodding in approval. NCAA championship. You got Georgia versus Indiana.
I'm going to have to say Georgia going to beat them.
It's going to be real tough for college football fans to look at Georgia versus Indiana and think anything but Bulldogs.
Yeah. But Indiana's good, bro. People can say what they want. That team is good.
They are?
Yeah.
All right, Jeffrey, you're up. Miami, Ohio State, Jeff.
Miami.
Ooh. All right. Ole Miss, Georgia.
Ole Miss.
Damn, Jeff going all underdogs.
Ole Miss. Wow. I like that, Jeff. Bama, Indiana.
The Hoosiers.
Hoosiers? And then Oregon, Texas Tech.
Oregon.
All right. Jeff. All right, you got Ducks, Hoosiers, Jeffrey. Who's advancing?
The Hoosiers.
Wow. Ole Miss and the Canes.
Miami.
Wow.
Oh.
Right. Indiana, Miami, Jeffrey.
Indiana wins it all.
Wow. Fernando Mendoza, Mania.
Oh, boy, he'd be definitely number one pick.
Yeah. All right, Professor Landini. Oregon, Texas Tech.
Oregon.
Bama, Indiana.
I'm going to go with Alabama.
Roll Tide. You're damn right. Rebels, Bulldogs, Ole Miss, UGA.
It's got to be Georgia.
And then Miami, Ohio State tonight.
Ohio State, definitely.
All right. You got big names here.
That's correct.
Ducks.
Quack.
Ducks versus the Tide. Oregon versus Alabama.
I like the Ducks. Quack, quack.
All right. Georgia versus the Buckeyes.
Ohio State.
Another Big Ten champion coming for landfill. Oregon versus Ohio State.
I'd go with Ohio State, yeah.
Wow. Buckeyes roll for Landini. All right, time for me to make some picks. I'm taking Texas Tech. Then I'm taking Bama.
You're a homer.
I root for the Tide. What do you want from me?
It's a homer.
Then I'm taking
That's what a homer is.
UGA. And then I'm taking the Buckeyes. From there, Texas Tech. From there, UGA. From there, Bulldogs.
So you got Texas Tech beating Alabama?
Yeah. I think that Texas Tech
You
defense.
quickly changed from being a damn homer, didn't you?
You want me to take them the whole way?
You probably want to. You probably deal in your other stuff.
Fine. Bama. And then Bama, Georgia again.
Hey,
Bama.
He ain't changing that because of me. Know why he taking that? Because he knew all his boys that pull for Alabama about to call it.
Mathers and Tripp are texting me right now.
It texts you right now. What the hell are you doing?
I honestly wouldn't have taken that, but since we're wagering a Snickers bar on this, I'm good with it. BMitch has the Bulldogs of University of Georgia winning it all. Jeffrey goes Indiana Hoosiers. I can't imagine Indiana's ever won a national title in football.
I don't think so.
Landfill going Ohio State Buckeyes, and me, thanks to badgering from Big Bro Brian Mitchell, rolling with the Crimson Tide of Alabama. All right, picks are in. These are official. Snickers bar wager. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
The Eagles offense had a rough second half against the Bills in last Sunday's win, but it doesn't look like they're going to use Week 18's game against the Commanders as a chance to try to get the unit back on track. The Philadelphia Inquirer is reporting that the team is expected to rest quarterback Jalen Hurts as well as most of the starters against Washington. The Eagles will either be the number 2 or number 3 seed in the NFC. A win and a Bears loss make them the number 2 seed. And the college football playoffs continue tonight. You've got Ohio State taking on Miami in a quarterfinal game, 7:30 p.m. Also today, coming up very soon, you've got the Capitals hosting the Rangers in a little matinee showdown here on New Year's Eve. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch and Finlay coming to you live, Ashburn, Virginia, the BigBear.ai Performance Center, as the Commanders get ready for their final game of the year, Week 18 in Philadelphia. A little bit of news, not a surprise. We all expected this, but Tyler Biadasz now put on injured reserve, won't be playing Sunday amongst a host of players that will not be playing Sunday. Joining us now to make sense of things in the world, our friend Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can read all his work at Post Sports. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, bud?
Doing great. Happy New Year.
Same to you, brother.
Happy New Year to you, Neil. Little bit of news here in the last, hour, with it basically being reported that Philly's not going to play their starters.
You know me.
You know me. I immediately looked at what Vegas did in the break of that news, and the line kind of got cut in half, depending where you're shopping. We had Dave Zangaro, who covers the Eagles for NBC Sports Philly, on with us, and he said, listen, they're not going to say it publicly, but Philly believes they can beat Washington with their backups. Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe that, because I don't think Washington is that bad of a team. It's still the NFL. You still have a lot of people playing for stuff. I'm not even sure if Philadelphia necessarily believes that. That's it's the NFL, right? I mean, there's too much parity. The fact that the spread has moved quite a bit, it tells you. I think it tells you more than like bluster from a coach or a player. 7 points to 3.5 is a big move. So yeah, I think Washington is well within their means to win this game.
Well, that's good to hear.
But when you look at it, though, like JP had mentioned to Dave about it's Washington backups also against him because Tyler Biadasz is now on IR. Cosme's not playing.
Third-string quarterback.
You're on your third-string quarterback. When you start looking at it, it's basically Washington's backups against Philly's backup.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but Washington should have a lot to play for. Just from a last game of the season, we haven't had a very good season. We need to kind of show the world what we're like, and the backups playing. I mean, they have more to play for than anybody, right? I mean, it's certainly something that they need to showcase well. There's going to be a lot of changes on this team going forward, especially I believe on the defensive side. So you want to be able to show out and show what you can do. I don't necessarily think Philly is that great of a team. I mean, they're obviously very good. They're obviously going to be in the playoffs. I've been, I think, down on them more than most. I have them as the number 9th best team, even though they're 11-5, and they've fallen quite a bit. They got a good defense, but they've been inconsistent. And any team can have a clunker of a game at any time. The line movement tells you, I think, more about anything, and this game should at least be close.
Kind of sounds like you're taking the points. If I can
Well,
read
not
between the
now.
lines.
I mean, the line moved quite a bit. I still even 3.5. You're getting over the key number of 3. I don't know necessarily if I would be dabbling at this point. But just from an X's and O's standpoint, Philadelphia has not been a great team this year. Well, no team has been a great team. So they're definitely beatable. They're definitely exploitable. So yeah, I mean, I think it's always worth betting the underdog in this case because you get the points and you also get a chance to win.
Well, Greenberg, let me ask you something. I am. It's obviously Week 18. This is extremely self-serving radio, so forgive me. I am in the. It's the final week of this pick'em pool I'm in. There's 35 guys in this pick'em pool, but Doug Kammerer and I have a side bet in this pool. Doug is 1 point ahead of me going into the last week. He has 89 points on the season. I have 88. I'd really like to win for a number of reasons, and because this pool, the lines get set early, I'm getting the Skins plus 7.5.
Oh, you got to take that.
That's a must, right?
Yeah. There's too much value there for.
You stuck at 7.5?
I get they put the lines when they first come out. So this is 7.5 when you thought Hurts was playing around.
Yeah.
I hope Doug's not listening.
Doug, you're listening. Better go change that.
Yeah, I think. I mean, that's about 25% closing line value there. I think you absolutely have to take that, and whatever happens, happens. But you're getting over a key number that's now in half. I would absolutely take that.
All right, we're talking with our boy Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable.
Do you know what he's taking or no?
No, I don't know until the game starts. So we probably will both take it, is my guess.
Well,
you might be in trouble, Jay.
Damn it, Neil, you messed up my Rude.
I mean, you don't
Rude
wanna
makes
take the
the
same
most
game.
reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Go ahead, Greenberg.
If you take the same game as him, you lose.
Yeah, we pick 5 games, though.
Oh, okay.
We picked 5 games. So maybe we both take that. I mean, frankly, the folks in this pool are fairly savvy. I think most people would see the line value and try to grab it regardless. So, I'd rather still be on the side of the value than chasing
Right, I thought it was just one game. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it's 5.
Okay. Carry on.
So, thank you. So, I follow you on Twitter, as most should. You can give Greenberg a follow, at @ngreenberg. And your power rankings, one thing I love about you, you are not a conventional wisdom guy. You're gonna use your own kind of resources and numbers and go with them. Take us through where your power rankings are at going into Week 18.
I have Seattle number 1, Jacksonville number 2, New England 3, Rams 4, Baltimore 5, which is probably going to be different than most.
Yeah, I would say.
Especially with, you have Chicago, Philadelphia, Buffalo all at 11 and 5. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at where a team should be and where it's going. I was on Jacksonville very early a couple weeks ago. I had them number 4. A lot of people thought I was a little bit crazy. But it seems to pan out. New England I've had drifting up over the past couple weeks. I think that it's I'm looking at different things. I'm looking at efficiency. I'm looking at consistency game in game. A lot of these power rankings that are out there are mostly just regurgitations of the record. Mine are not. And, I think mine have been pretty solid. I mean, through the course of the year in terms of seeing the Eagles kind of fall off before anybody else, not being as high on Chicago, having Detroit lower than most before their swoon. Still having Baltimore high. I had Baltimore higher than most, I would say, even through the early part of the season.
Yeah, you were riding with them.
And now here we are with them, being a playoff contender. So, I'm pretty good, but mine's going to be a lot different than probably what you see out there mostly.
So if you like the Ravens that much, means you must really like the Ravens Sunday night.
Yeah, I've been saying Ravens futures are probably the most undervalued bet that was on the board for a couple weeks. But look, I'm actually picking the Steelers plus 3.5 in this game, only because Tomlin-Harbaugh games are very, very close historically. Pittsburgh, as a home underdog, usually wins. So I'm definitely taking Pittsburgh plus the 3.5, going over that key number of 3. Maybe they get T.J. Watt back. Maybe that moves the line a little bit. But I'm high on Baltimore, but I do have Pittsburgh plus 3.5 this week.
Is that if Lamar plays or not?
Well, if Lamar play, yeah, that's no matter what. I mean, these games have always been historically close. They've been low-scoring games. They've been close games. The underdog has won a majority of them. Pittsburgh has won a majority of them. I think Mike Tomlin knows his division rival, and I'm very comfortable taking Pittsburgh plus 3.5.
So take me through Seattle, because the hardest part in buying into Seattle is Sam Darnold. And that offense has not been nearly as explosive over the last month as they were earlier. Like in your top 4 in your power ranks, you go Seattle, Jacksonville, Patriots, Rams. Who of that group would you put your own money on to win the Super Bowl?
Probably Seattle, and it's because defense travels. I mean, their defense has been good, and they're able to make stuff happen. I was down on them early in the season. I didn't really I'm not going to say I was on the Seattle bandwagon for very long, but historically, these type of teams that are really good defensively do well in the postseason. Now, success in the postseason comes in 2 different flavors. Either you're like the best defensive team and you have an okay offense, or you're an elite offense that more than makes up for a okay defense. And Seattle definitely falls in that first group. I get the Sam Darnold stuff, but again, I mean, it's all about matchups in the playoffs. And if he doesn't have a clunker, then I think Seattle just looks really good.
Yeah. What do you make of the Niners? That defense is bad.
Yeah,
they rush the passer as well as Washington does.
I hope my mother-in-law is not listening because she's from the Bay Area. She's a big 49ers fan. My kids call her up every Sunday. Go Niners. I'm not. They're a team that I'm avoiding. I don't think that they have the pedigree to make a deep playoff run. I have them in the same tier as Baltimore and Houston. I would probably take both those teams over San Francisco. I've been higher on Houston consistently more than most. Their defense is good. I do think that they can put together some offensive stuff. But San Francisco, they're like vanilla ice cream, right? They're like a really good vanilla ice cream, which you're happy to have, but if there's a better, more exotic flavor out there, you're probably going to eat it.
Yeah, they gave up a lot. They won the game the other night, but they gave up a lot of points, man.
Yeah, they weren't. That wasn't their best showing. Like, that wasn't the showing that you want to see, where one, you got to go into this game for all the marbles, but then, to show like you're ready to dominate. Because even after we adjust the score for turnovers and that type of stuff, they won 29-26 or so. They had a really good game efficiency-wise, but there were some turnovers, et cetera. It just wasn't a dominant performance. And, you want to see teams dominate. We talked about this before. Like, squeaking wins by one possession isn't what makes a really good team. There's no data-driven case for it being like battle-tested. You want teams that blow out someone like 42-10, like the Patriots did. Even if that team's not supposed to be any good, you want to see them firing on all cylinders.
Better chance of making the Super Bowl, winning the NFC, the Eagles or the Bears?
Ooh. The Eagles. I'm not a fan of what Chicago's been doing at all. They're really not good on defense. They don't fit the profile of a team that goes deep in the playoffs. I definitely think Philadelphia, and it wouldn't even be close.
That defense is so legit. I tend to agree with you there. Are you prepared, Greenberg? And we have a Caps game in about an hour, which is pretty exciting for Brian and I. Caps have been up and down, a lot more down than up lately. How we feeling about Rock the Red?
I'm feeling fine. They're fine. It's going to be fine. They're going to get some days off. I'm really looking forward to the Team Canada announcement because it looks like the latest consensus has Tom Wilson making it, and
I love that. Awesome.
That's something that's good. I really do think that everyone should be pulling for Tom Wilson to score a bunch of goals, the golden goal, just to really rub it in the face of his haters, because I don't think there's a more polarizing player than Tom Wilson. But, kudos to him. He's got 19 goals so far. He's obviously a big part of Washington's success, in the NHL. And they're going to be fine. It's still a long season. Get some days off, rest up a little bit, and let's have a real conversation, a month or two from now when we start to see what's really happening in the Metro and the NHL at large.
See, that was going to be my question for you. When should we be concerned about it?
Yeah, I would say after the halfway point. We got almost 40. We're almost at the halfway point now. I think a couple more games. It's they're doing really well in like regulation, so they're not really padding their resume with overtime losses, overtime points, which is good. Carolina is still a team that you're going to have to worry about. So there's going to be some. Look, they're going to play good teams because there's a lot of good teams in their on their side of the conference. So, but yeah, after the All-Star break, let's start to see what's going on, trade deadline, that sort of stuff. Let's see what the team looks like heading into the playoffs.
All right, Greenberg. Speaking of the playoffs, talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. The wager's significant here. It's a Snickers. Would you like to enter the BMitch and Finlay College Football Bracket Challenge?
Snickers means something else, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah. Do I have to fill out a pool or something?
I'll tell you later once I win.
What's other meaning for Snickers?
You wouldn't know it. It's not on that. It's not on Google. It's on Boogle.
I'm not going to find it on Legends or whatever that thing.
Boogle.
It's something made up.
Okay. Urban Dictionary says looking kind of good, sexy. I don't know. Perhaps it's a Twix bar, Greenberg. It's a candy bar.
I do like Twix bars.
Are you prepared to enter? So far, it's me, BMitch, Jeff, and Landfill.
Yeah, what do I have to do?
You just answer the following questions.
Answer who's winning the college championship.
Yeah, these are not going to be in chronological order. Oregon, Texas Tech.
Oregon.
Okay. Bama, Indiana.
Indiana.
Ole Miss, Georgia.
Ole Miss.
Really?
Everyone else can have Georgia.
Well, you don't know how crazy we get on this program. Don't you know I'm
I've been
loco?
on for a couple of years. Trust me, I know.
Jeff took Ole Miss. So you and Jeff, that's where you want to be. J-Dogs forever. Then Miami, Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Okay. You have the Ducks of Oregon playing the Hoosiers of Indiana.
Oregon.
Okay. All right. Then you have the Rebels of Ole Miss playing the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Did I miss you there, Neil? Ole Miss, Ohio State. Okay. OH. Then you've got a Big Ten battle, Oregon versus Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Wow, back-to-back
Oh, boy.
for the Buckeyes.
Neil, we don't need that to happen, man. I'm already sick of Sean Springs, man. God.
They are loaded, though.
Yeah, they loaded. I'm going to have to make a phone call down to the French quarters.
No, you didn't win. We got to see who wins the games.
Oh, I thought I won.
No.
The game hasn't been played yet. Yeah, what the hell? How you win without the games being played? One of my buddies just asked me why you didn't name Denver, and I said Neil thinks outside the box. He said, yeah, he thinks way outside the box. Now I'm realizing you are out the box right there.
I am so far out of the box. I'm in a circle.
You don't trust the Broncos at all?
Neil already won in the games that haven't been played. That's outside the box.
The Denver Broncos?
Yeah.
Not really.
All right.
Not really.
Are you
They're
taking
not,
the points with Miami tonight?
I mean, Miami. Miami's not good, are they?
Hurricanes?
The Hurricanes?
Oh, Hurricanes. I'm sorry. I thought you said the Denver Broncos. I'm sorry.
We're all over the place.
Yeah.
We do have to break, though, Neil. I will
Okay.
text you for winners.
All right, Neil.
Okay.
Take care, buddy.
Happy New Year. Love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man. Take care. That's our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post joining us. You can give him a follow at @ngreenberg. Not a conventional fella. I like that. Maybe you do too. Neither are we. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, it's time to step it up like I do with Collars & Co. They give you that crisp, dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio just like I have on the day, to hit the golf course, or even just for a night out with no wrinkles, no dry cleaner. Just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And now you can check them out in person at their new store in Congressional Plaza and stock up with all your holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co. Tell them BMitch and JP sent you.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Despite missing all of last week due to a back injury, Lamar Jackson is expected to return to practice today. Obviously, this would be a significant boost for Baltimore because they need to beat the Steelers to secure a postseason spot. Having Jackson back would make that task, well, much easier. And today, 12:30 p.m., tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live. Capitals hosting the Rangers. The Rangers did beat the Capitals on December 23rd, but that was the final game for both of these teams before they got a 3-day holiday break. That was also the last time that New York won a game. Rangers coming into this matchup having lost 3 of their last 4. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Can't stand it. I know you planned it. BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. It's 11:30 a.m. on New Year's Eve, 11:29 a.m. if you're being exact. It is New Year's Eve. And there was a time in my life where New Year's Eve was a big deal. I've worked a lot of New Year's Eves as a bartender. It wasn't the worst night to work. The problem was if you were working New Year's Eve and the bar was rented out and it was like $200 all you can drink, nobody tipped because they're like, well, I already paid. So that sucked. But then what would happen, speaking off the record, of course, is once you're bartending and you realize nobody's tipping you, you know what the bartender controls?
The price.
No, the alcohol. So you know what might start happening?
You get less liquor?
Well, I just might start drinking a bunch.
So you saying
and then your service might wane.
So you off the record, kind of on the record.
I always enjoyed New Year's Eve. Some of the most fun New Year's Eves I had. My boys in college would rent out this bar in New York City. We did like the Times Square thing, which was just nuts, but fun when you're young. As you get older, New Year's Eve, not a ton of juice. We're going out to dinner tonight at the beach, which should be cool.
Zippy, you've gotten older and just...
Well, what are you doing tonight, Mr. Young at Heart?
I'm going to be out all night.
I doubt it.
I'm going out.
Where are you going?
To the club down at the MGM.
Oh, you are? I thought you were debating whether you wanted to do that.
Nah, see, I just threw that out there to make sure I threw you off because I gave you something that you knew, see? Bang. I got plans just in case. I don't know.
So you're just not sharing your plans?
Yeah, basically. That's what I'm doing with you.
That I believe.
Yeah.
My guess is, of the 4 of us, White Brian's just on permanent vacation.
I don't know what's up with that.
I think White Brian's in Turks and Caicos, last I heard. I'm guessing only Jeff has like wild plans. Landfill, what do you have planned for tonight?
I'm just gonna go home and go to sleep.
Yeah, but don't you
don't
usually
do every night?
You also usually wake up though around midnight.
I mean, maybe we'll see.
Will you watch the ball drop?
Hell no.
No, Dick. Is Dick Clark still alive?
I think he's passed years ago.
Yeah, I think he's gone, Jay.
Who does like the big
Ryan Seacrest, huh?
The last few years of Dick Clark were pretty rough too.
Dick Clark died in 2012. Damn.
Yeah,
That's a hole in my resume.
You need to stop, dog.
It's over 10 years ago. Shout out to Dick Clark. Remember when Dan Snyder bought Dick Clark Productions or whatever?
Yeah, how much money did he make?
0. So Ryan Seacrest is on tonight. The good news for me, what time does the college football game start tonight?
8 o'clock.
7:30, 8 o'clock.
Something like that. Don't say nothing that's going to get you in trouble, though. I'm just trying to help you out.
7:30.
Who was that?
Who the hell was that, Landfill?
You guys
Take
a guess. Yeah, you guys got to guess.
Denton.
No.
Denton doesn't work with us. He's big
I don't
time.
care who the hell. Say it again.
Yes.
7:30.
Speak again.
Ohio
Say
State.
a sentence.
What's up?
Is this guy doing a bit?
No, I'm not doing a bit. But I just know Ohio State is playing at 7:30.
In Dallas.
Who the hell is that?
Come on. You saw me yesterday.
I'm trying to look at the camera.
Lil
'cause
Ben?
They're showing my guy on Monumental, I think.
Not Lil Ben.
Not Ben.
A-Mac?
Same age.
So there's going to be a tough moment here for
Luigi?
our friend. Brian and I aren't the
Was it
best
Luigi?
at
Yeah,
everybody's
it's Luigi.
name.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Luigi.
Who's Luigi? Mario's brother?
Well, you know, I told me he looked like this dude.
Hold on, is your name Wes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to Wes.
Yeah.
All right.
You go.
Damn, Wes, I never heard you talk. I just see you smile all the time, dog.
Wes, you've been in there all day?
I have, yeah. I'm doing video for Brian.
All right, terrific. Do you know where White Brian is?
I don't know. Is he out of the country?
Turks and Caicos?
I think he's out of the country.
Bro, he's just on vacation permanently.
The dude got a lot of vacation time. We gotta revisit our damn stuff.
Seriously. And White Brian's full time, right? Isn't that the deal when you get the video jobs? Because that's what they always give Clary grief about. Shout out to Luigi West. All right. So we are hoping to be at dinner at the beach at 5:30.
Probably ain't gonna work.
Why not?
Because you're gonna screw something up.
Appreciate your vote of confidence.
All right.
That's also what my wife thinks.
You leave here at 12. You gotta go do some little tapings. You gotta get home.
Yeah.
Then you pack. Are you already packed?
Lauren has packed.
Okay, so packed. And how long a ride is it normally without traffic?
A little less than 3 hours.
Okay, so you think it'll be a little less than 3 hours a day?
I don't think.
So if you're on the
Have
road,
you looked at the weather at the beach? I don't think it's a hot ticket to drive to the beach today.
It may not be a hot ticket to drive to the beach, but it's gonna be a hot ticket for her to get somewhere. People like being places, bro.
Tomorrow I plan on jumping in the ocean. It's a high of 39 and very windy. You want to join me?
Hell to the no.
Okay, that was thorough. Here's what so Ainsley is hell bent on staying up till midnight tonight.
Well,
I don't really.
We know that's gonna happen.
So I've already at the beach. We only have one TV. It's a small little place, right? I've already told Lauren, whatever we need on the TV is fine. I'm going to watch a football game on my computer. So as long as I have access to the football game on my computer, whatever happens on the television is fine.
Uh-huh.
Now, since Luigi has let us know it's a 7:30 kick, I imagine there'll be some level of song and dance with this game. There'll be a national anthem. And
There'll be something going on.
Like, what time do you think they actually kick the football? 7:48?
7:30 start?
7:30 start.
About 7:48, 7:50.
So college games tend to go long. I think the football game, if it goes 3 hours, that gets me to 10:48. I bet the football game isn't over till around 11:15.
Possibly.
That means if the girls really want to stay up, I'm dadding for 45 minutes, counting down the clock, bang. Do you think I make it?
Are you drinking some Dr. Pepper Clear while you're watching the game?
Probably going to be some clear this evening.
Your eyes might be closed before 12.
Nah, I like watching football, and I'll be with the kids. It's not going to be me sitting in the chair by myself refilling.
Dude, I've seen you fall asleep. So,
sir.
Oh, I go to sleep.
You are the one seat of
You're
sleepers
damn
on
straight.
this program.
And look, when I'm tired, I go to sleep. I'm not going to sit up there and try to fight it. For what?
All right, so Brian refuses to tell us his plans. Landfill is not doing anything. Luigi, what are you doing tonight? You're a young man. You going out in these streets?
No, I got to watch Ohio State play.
Are you a Buckeye fan?
Yeah, my dad went to Ohio State.
Okay. Where you just going to watch it at home with your pop?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. Good for you.
Thank you.
Now, if I had to guess on anybody with significant plans tonight, his name is Jeff. Jeffrey, what the hell
My
are
name
you
is
doing?
Jeff.
What are you doing tonight, Jeff?
I have to DJ from 11:30 to 3, and then I'm going home and going to sleep because I have a 5K to run.
Oh yeah, you got
11.
you got to run a 5K tomorrow.
Oh, you're running that tomorrow after DJing until 3 in the morning?
I'm gonna show
Yeah,
up. And see Jeff run.
I'll get home about 4 o'clock. Get a nice little 5 hours. Be up at registration by 9. Be ready to run by 11.
So will you not drink tonight?
JP, I haven't drank at the club since January.
So I had to specify that at the club.
Yeah, I know you drank in Madrid.
Yeah, for sure. But the club, nah.
He
I
lost
don't
in
really
Madrid.
drink.
What club are you at tonight? Is it like $100 all you can drink kind of thing, or what is it?
I'm at 202 Lounge. It's right in Chinatown, and it's not
I know that
$100
spot.
all you can drink. But
Been
there
there.
are table prices. There are table
Jeff.
deals tonight.
What does it cost to get a table tonight?
For one premium bottle and one house champagne, it's $550.
Damn, what's a premium bottle? Like a bottle of Casamigos or something?
Yeah, Don Julio, stuff like that. For 2 bottles, it's $850, and for 4 bottles and a house champagne, it's $1250.
That's what we would be doing, Jeff. I mean, JP, me and you.
4 bottles?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I feel like 2 would be enough.
Nah, man.
BMitch and Finlay
gonna do
table,
it
we
big,
got to
do
do
it
that
big,
one weekend.
son. What you say?
A BMitch and Finlay table, we got to do that one weekend.
I'm not sure about that. Can it start a lot earlier?
No, JP.
No,
We
JP.
gonna go out. We going out. We can't play that old man crap, dog.
3 a.m. is late, man.
Man, please. Come on, dog.
Says the guy that won't tell us what he's doing tonight because he's probably not doing anything.
Do what? Why y'all sending pictures of me sleeping in Madrid? Hey,
Joey just said.
I told you I was gonna doze off that day. I voiced that right before we started. Cause that time killed me, man.
Whose New Year's Eve sounds the most exciting? Jeff DJing at the club, Landfill sleeping and maybe waking up, Luigi watching Ohio State with his dad, you with unnamed plans, or me hanging with the kids watching football.
Me with unnamed plans.
Dun 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 dun. Where does New Year's Eve rank for you? Let's examine that when we return. I've actually become a New Year's Day guy. Nobody go anywhere. We got Caps hockey coming up shortly. Should hear from Dan Quinn. Maybe we get some clarity on who's going to be the starting quarterback. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, Monumental Sports Network, and on the YouTube stream. Nobody takes care of the fan listeners like Paisanos. I know what your plan is tonight. Say you got a bunch of people coming over to watch the game. Order Paisanos. You can get 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, cheesesteaks, whatever you want. Perfect for game day, late night, or when those holiday leftovers finally lose steam. Just hit paisanospizza.com, load up the cart, and watch the total drop with FAN30. If you're feeding the whole crew, use Crew20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Great for a game day spread, an office lunch, a holiday hangout, or a big family dinner. Paisanos has seriously tasty options, including pre-planned catering packages with the discount already baked in. There's 2 ways to score, FAN30 for any order or Crew20 for the whole crew. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. Damn. New England having their best season in years. Real reasons to be excited about playoff prospects for the Patriots. Yesterday, the news came out that Steph Diggs was charged with strangulation of what his lawyers say is a dispute with an employee. Today, I'm just seeing this from WCVB TV Boston. New England Patriots star defensive tackle Christian Barmore is facing a domestic assault charge, according to court documents out of Attleboro District Court.
They've been keeping a lot of stuff quiet, huh?
I mean, that's a lot of legal news in 24 hours for the Pats.
It's quick.
26-year-old is charged with one count of assault and battery on a family household member. You talk about keeping it quiet, B. Listen to this. The misdemeanor charge stems from an alleged incident in Mansfield on August 8th.
Damn.
According to documents, the victim had been in a relationship with Barmore. She alleged Barmore became angry with her about the air conditioning temperature in his bedroom and that they had an argument over food. According to court documents, the victim told police Barmore grabbed her phone from her hands while she was trying to leave the house. Charging documents stated the victim intended to open the door and scream for help, but Christian grabbed her before she could and threw her to the floor. The victim claimed Barmore grabbed her by the shirt and in the neck, but he eventually let her go. The criminal complaint was issued on December 16th, and Barmore is scheduled to be arraigned on February 3rd, 5 days before the Super Bowl.
Wait. This happened in August?
Yeah.
And then the complaint didn't happen until December?
Says the criminal complaint was issued on December 16th, which is 4 months later?
It's a long time.
Yeah.
It just makes you start thinking, like, okay, why now? If he didn't do it then. Does he have a new girlfriend?
I don't know.
Hey, man, like, stuff happens, bro.
That is,
I don't know. So listen, I'm saying they were keeping it quiet. Hell, they didn't keep it quiet. It wasn't there. They didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly what I know. The legal situations are the legal situations. Lawyers, police, paperwork, like that. That's going to be its own thing. For Mike Vrabel and the Patriots, that's a lot of stuff in 24 hours going into Week 18.
Hell yeah.
And
so I'm Mike Vrabel. I'm calling the meeting right now and say, anybody else got something about to come out?
Seriously?
Let me know, please.
Just to be ahead of it.
Hell yeah.
Now, for this week's game against the Dolphins, you wonder how much of an impact that makes.
It may not be an impact, but you know what? We're going to be asking questions to people that probably have nothing to do with it. Just like you and I talk about what we know, the players in the locker room don't know what's going on either, but they will be asked questions.
And New England's very much in contention for the 1 seed. And if they lost, I don't know how the tie-breaking procedures would go, but if they lost and Jacksonville won, could the Jags get up to the 2? Like, this weekend does still matter, and Miami's playing a lot better ball than they were 2 months ago. So, a lot going on in New England. We're going to play Jeff's song here in just a minute. But, B, I did want to ask you one thing. We've talked about George Pickens a few different times, and we're both of the mindset that Jerry ain't letting him go.
Yeah.
I learned something yesterday that I was unaware of. Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons, that relationship came to a divorce status largely because Jerry didn't. David Mulugeta of Athletes First is Micah Parsons' agent. Mulugeta is one of the biggest agents in football, period. It represents a ton of top talent. Laneville, if you said something, I didn't hear you. Mulugeta and Jerry Jones would not speak in the process. Jerry would not speak to Mulugeta, and that's why that thing went so sideways. Mulugeta also represents George Pickens. Does that complicate things?
No. They'll get it done eventually.
You think?
Jerry talks when he wants to talk. And you know one thing, Jerry loves offense. He likes scoring. So,
here's the plan. Coming up on Monumental Network, Capitals pregame live at noon with Alexa Landestoy, Alan May, and Brent Johnson. Caps are taking on the Rangers at home today. You'll have Joe B. Locker and Al Koken on the call of the game. BMitch and Finlay is back right here on 106.7 and on the YouTube page after the break. Right now, Jeff Walker, Week 18 song against the Eagles. Jeffrey, what do we got?
I did something different. I wanted to this year. I wanted to do something different. You'll hear it when I play the song. Let's go, Landini.
I hope he ain't singing.
Woo. 4 wins so far. This ain't been the best season. It been a lot of ups and downs. But you know what? I still believe in that burgundy and gold. I still believe that burgundy and gold. And I know it's fans all across the fan base. They got love for this team. You know, they got mad love for this team. They out there when we losing. They out there in the cold. They out there in the rain. You know what? I ain't even gonna kill this team. Hey, yo, Master Chief, what we on?
Now I'ma say it all and put it to rest. Everything I haters wanna say straight from their chest. Terry did hold out, and he was hurt. Like 18 others, D. Wise and Zach Ertz. One-eyed us. Commanders to the Super Bowl. And Cliff we trust, yeah, we signed Debo. He delivered a hit, but our defense lacked identity and wit. We won 4 games to beat the Giants twice. Lost all the other big ones under primetime lights. Beat Robertson, packing, told to kick rocks. You can watch that and more all on Hard Knocks. Ben Lane took it to the house, found no flags. Burks TD was with the one-hand snags. Haters say no more, man, it's all been told. I'm forever gonna bleed burgundy and gold. Yeah, Master Chief at the peso. You told them haters say no more. It's all been told. I'm forever gonna bleed burgundy and gold. Yeah. Put your hands in the air where my eyes can see. Yeah, everybody in the DMV fight for ODC with your guy, Master Chief. Come on. I still bleed burgundy and gold. Hey, Master Chief. Yeah, we all feel that way. Bleed burgundy and gold. I gotta say it one. Hold on. I still bleed burgundy and gold. Yeah. Hey, look, I had fun this season. Burgundy and gold. We'll get back next year, for sure. Knuckle up.
I enjoyed that, Jeffrey. Well done. Shout out to Master Chief. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Coming up next on Monumental Sports Network, Caps pregame live. More BMitch and Finlay after the break on 106.7 The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Charlie Lindgren gets the start and goal for Washington, which is back on home ice after a 2-game road trip. 8 days ago, the Capitals led the Rangers through 2 periods before they just collapsed in the third in a 7-3 loss. Well, the Rangers are back in Washington for a matinee matchup at Capital One Arena. 12:30 p.m. puck drop is coming up next right here on the Fan. Stay dialed in here to listen live. Also happening tonight, Ohio State takes on Miami in a quarterfinal game for the college football playoffs, 7:30 p.m. Buckeyes are well rested, but they're coming off a loss. That's the last time they played was that Big Ten championship game. Miami, they made their college football playoff debut with a 10-3 win in the first round against the 7-seed Texas A&M. You got Buckeyes taking on the Hurricanes, 7:30 p.m. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Swagger like us.
Swagger like us.
High noon in the District of Columbia. I am guessing the vibe at Cap One Arena today will be strong. You got a New Year's Eve kind of holiday crowd.
Mm-hmm.
I am guessing, like, I wish I had a live camera. I might text my boy EP. What do you think the scene is at Clyde's right now? Because folks are having a few before this game.
Hell yeah. And yeah, I know it's 12:03, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere. They're enjoying themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, dog. You know how it is when we go to Clyde's.
Yeah. I'm texting Pollard right now. I don't know if he's working today or what, but I'm guessing Clyde's is bumping. If you're selling beers at Cap One Arena today, I'm guessing you're going to make a little scratch. Little people feeling generous for the holidays.
Yeah.
And I think Tom Wilson, as Greenberg told us, trying to, show the Canadians he belongs on his nation's national team.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rangers, I think, stink, and the Caps need a win. Like there's a lot of solid factors towards today being a fun one in Capstown. Yeah, the Rangers, damn, they're only 2 points back. That Metro is so jumbled up, and the Hurricanes are just clearly the best team. Well, that's why they play the games. We'll see.
There you go.
That'll be fun to watch this afternoon. B, I don't know when it happened. I've become more of a New Year's Day guy to New Year's Eve. New Year's Day is just such a great day. You got football all day. My wife always makes a big pot of spaghetti. I love spaghetti, and I enjoy it. Are you a New Year's Day or New Year's Eve guy?
I mean, New Year's Eve, it is what it is. But I just look at all the days like they're the same, to be honest with you. Like, it's the end of the year, you start the next year. It ain't like nothing really different. I'm hoping, like, a few New Year's, I got some 50, 60-degree days to play golf.
I know.
I would love that.
Not getting that. Cameron says it's going to be cold for a while. I don't know that there's any winter golf coming.
Do his work and get some damn warm air coming through here.
It'd be better if he could control the weather.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now. Your best bet.
We need him to control the weather, then.
All right. So this I'll never understand. This was the same thing on Monday when the temperature climbed up into the 50s, but it was that crazy wind. So next Wednesday, a week from today, I'm just looking at the weather on my phone, says a high of 56, which is doable, but it says there's a 55% chance of sleet.
That's crazy.
It looks like that stretch next week, 56, 51, maybe it warms up a little bit, but I think it's going to be cold for the next week.
Mm-hmm.
I bet, what's the weather look like in Philly on Sunday?
I don't know.
I bet it's going to be cold.
I just left my jacket. I gotta get my damn jacket. Got my nice winter jacket.
Another letter jacket?
Nah, it's a big one, nice one. Make sure I'm not going to be cold in the damn winter.
Looking right now, high of 36 on Sunday in the city of Brotherly
That makes
Love.
no damn sense.
But at least no precipitation or anything. Like, I think both teams going to be running the ball.
I'm
just
going
try
to
to keep
say,
this moving.
that wind comes off that water right there at that damn stadium.
It does.
It's
That
cold.
place-
It's colder there than it is most places.
And the way the Link is built, the Link is a great stadium. I really like the Link as far as a football stadium goes.
Mhm.
But because they have those opposite end zones open, you know what I mean? That is just a straight wind tunnel
It shoots
coming
through there. Yeah.
All right, we are out of here in just a few minutes for Caps hockey coverage. John Walton taking over at 12:15. Let's see if any of the boys have a New Year's resolution. I want to this is kind of my normal cycle. I'm going to get back in shape once I'm going to have some more time, starting next week, honestly. That's probably the top of my list. What I always say this time of year is I want to break 190 and I want to break 90. So get down to like
You can break the 90. You just got to learn to break the habit on the back nine.
I mean, this past summer, I was breaking 90 I was playing some decent golf, like 85, 88. Then I kind of lost it a bit. And the weight, I got to keep it under 2 bills. Right now, I'm flirting, like 198. Ideally, by March 1, I'm at 188, kind of get my life in order. Those are my standard New Year's resolutions. Break 190, break 90. What about you?
Just deal with less BS.
Good luck.
Oh, I don't deal.
In our industry?
I choose to deal with, if I choose to deal with it or not, I'm going to be dealing with less. So the people around me need to understand that. So you bring it to me, I'm going to be giving you the Heisman.
So are you telling Landfill and Jeff directly?
I'm telling everybody that needs to hear it.
Jeffrey, what are some of your New Year's resolutions?
Well, I'm building my body back up. That's all I want to do. I'm just gonna live a healthier life this year.
Jeff's getting healthy. Well done. Jeff, how much weight have you lost, dude? What's the number at right now?
Well, I'm at I honestly haven't checked, bro. Like once I got down to 200 flat, which was 90, once I got down to there, I started bulking up. Now I haven't been.
I wonder
on a,
who
on
weighs
a
more,
scale
me or
since.
Jeff right now.
Oh, it's B for sure.
Jeff.
What is Wes/Luigi? You got a New Year's resolution? Are you still in school, Luigi? Give us a 30-second spiel about yourself.
No, I graduated last semester at Virginia Tech, majored in broadcast journalism.
So you should be looking for a job, young man. What are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I am working a job. No, mine.
A job right now.
Sure.
A new word. A new word every week. Learn a new word every week. 52 words in 2026.
Is that setting the bar kind of low? A new word every week?
Yeah, that's kind of.
Why, you want me to do it every single day? Because I feel like I'll forget.
No, get something more exciting. Hell.
Yeah, like a word a week is like probably what my 7-year-old's doing.
But I'm not. Well, I was gonna say gain weight, but you took that.
I'm not trying to gain weight. I'm trying to lose weight, dude.
That was kind of like a shot. That was a shot.
Sorry. All right, gain more weight. Me, muscle.
What do you weigh, Luigi?
170.
You're kind of tall. What do you?
I'm a little bit over 6, but.
Okay. Yeah, you're kind of skinny. You got on that Ozempic Jenkins like Jeff. Landville, what are your New Year's resolutions? Less BS?
Well, first off, I don't believe in New Year's resolutions. I think they're like halftime adjustments. They're a myth. If you see a change that needs to be made, you make it immediately. You don't wait till New Year's.
I like that. That's actually real. That's stop being polite and start getting
Well, I'm
real.
gonna just say this: get ready to see all the new people at the damn gym for about 2 months.
2 months, 2 weeks.
2 months. They'll last for about 2 months, and then you can get all your machines back.
Let's all make one 2026 prediction.
By March, all the machines in the gym gonna be open again.
All right. B's got the machines in the gym open again. Jeffrey, you got a prediction for 26?
Nah.
Exciting. Thanks, Jeff. Luigi?
Yeah, I'll do Ohio State back on the mountaintop of college football.
Wow. All right. I think I'll say the Commanders back in the playoffs. I think Philly's pretty loaded. I think they're going to have some changes in Philly. I think they're going to hire a real offensive coordinator. I think Washington's going to have some changes. I think they're going to hire a new defensive coordinator. I think the injuries and the schedule.
Why you ask for one prediction and then you go tell us what you think 500 million times?
One, because we have to kill 4 more minutes. Two,
you let Landfill give you his prediction.
I'm explaining my prediction. I think Washington won't have the same outrageous schedule they had this year. They're going to get the third place. I'm telling you my prediction, and then all right, you kill the last 4 minutes. Go.
Landfill, tell us your prediction.
It's going to be 4 words.
I think that the Commanders will improve over 2025. Prediction. Boom.
All right. Huey, what's your prediction?
We got 3 minutes to go.
Dude, just talk instead of just you.
I was explaining my prediction.
But you said give me one prediction and then you give me 5 different things.
It was one thing and the reasons for it.
Can I give a prediction?
Sure.
No, can I do it? Can I ask for an expectation? When you say one thing, stick to it in 2026.
All I did was say one thing and then explain why.
You said it.
I said I think they're going to be back to a playoff team, and here's why.
And then you said the Eagles getting a new coordinator. What does that have to do with the Commanders being back to a better team?
Just because I think the entire NFC East is going to look different. I think there's going to be significant changes all the way around. I think these guys will recognize they need a more thorough overhaul of this roster than they tried this past year.
Yeah, but I think they already know that. I think they
I
knew
hope
that.
so,
they
dude.
knew that by week 6, that we need a thorough overhaul of this roster, and they couldn't do nothing about it at that point. I think right now they know. They if they don't know it at this point, something's wrong.
I got a hope for 2026.
Give me a hope.
The Wiz make the play-in playoffs, whatever that's called.
All right,
like the 10 seed or whatever.
Now I like that one.
That's a hope. That ain't a prediction.
Call it a hope fiction.
The hope fiction.
Yeah,
I like that.
hope fiction.
What do you think was the bigger DC sports story this year? RFK, full approval, shovels in the ground, or Ovi breaking the goals record?
I think it was RFK. I think Ovi's deal was huge, but I think the RFK thing is like it's like an area thing. You know what I mean?
Matters more for the long term.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like Ovi is humongous anytime he does anything, but moving that stadium back there with so many people that want to see it there, and the possibilities of what it could do for that area.
The final BMitch and Finlay AAA poll of the day for 2025. Who do you think wins the college football playoff national championship? Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, or other? You can vote on that at the BMitch and Finlay page. Of course, AAA poll today brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Exciting day. We told you the Caps are on at 12:30. John Walton has our Caps coverage right here on 106.7 The Fan starting next. Go Caps. If you're at the game today, enjoy it. Everybody have a safe, happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for listening.
See y'all next year.
See you next year.